Hello and hello everyone, and welcome to the first episode of Trails of the Sovereign, D&D campaign based in the wonderful, wonderful world that Zeus and I have created. Tonight we will be joined by 4 amazing people: Lady Sob, Health Bar, Yuki, and Trenchmouth. So, without further ado, why don't we get started and say hello to our party? So, as we begin our first episode here of Trails of the Sovereign, we are going to focus in on the area of Sanctuary. Massive city of multitudes of races that have gathered here to escape the plights and problems of their own home kingdoms. Sanctuary is led by a council of 6, represented by the dwarves, elves, humans, drow, the orcs, and the tieflings. Each have a seat at this council. And as we begin our campaign and narrow in on today, we are going to focus in on a small tavern known as the Broken Tankard. Tavern, like many others throughout the world, filled with low light and good smells of good food. And it being about midday as we start this off, there's quite the gathering of people stopping in for a good drink, bite to eat, or maybe to just rest up for a while from their travels. Sitting down at a long table, there's about 8 cloaked figures, all ranging in different sizes and shapes. These cloaked figures seem to be talking amongst themselves. What is believed to be different dialects and speeches of their religions. As we focus down to the end of the table, we are joined by 2 people. One giant of a man sits at the end of the table with a large glaive leaning up against a wooden pillar of the tavern next to him. And across from him is a short, small, but elegant portal. And as these 2 are sitting there, why don't I introduce both Trench and Yuki to give us a little bit of description about their characters. Trench, we'll start with you.
Sure. My character is a Goliath. He's that gray-skinned, very tall, very large. Let's say about 7'5", probably around half that while he's sitting down, if I had to guess. He's wearing big, heavy furs, just covering up all of his body. Big gloves, pretty basic browns, things like that. His head has no hair on it, facial or on the top of it. There are a lot of Goliaths are born with these very distinctive markings, these black lines. At some point, I will have a better image to show of that. I don't want to show the one I have because it'll make everyone think my guy's super handsome. So let's just say he it's a very big person. His face looks very gaunt, like it was once a little more full. It's kind of long and kind of gaunt. That's the best way to describe it.
Okay. And Yuki, why don't you go ahead and describe your character for us?
Sure. So my character is the opposite of Trench's character. She is very petite, uh, somewhere around like 5 feet, and she doesn't really have much with her. She's not really carrying around a lot. She's really simple, but at the same time, the little that she does carry along is pretty high quality shit. Um, she is healthy, but she doesn't really see the light of day very often, so she's a little bit uh pale skinned in that regard. Um, and yeah, I mean it's pretty straightforward. She's pretty simple, and what else can I add? Should I add more of her like physical descriptions? Give you a little bit more of insight on that?
Absolutely.
Okay. So to kind of go along with her like physical wear and gear, um, she does have some jewels that she's adorned with, because she's from a bit of a wealthy background. And that's really it. She has a black shell. She has skin that's really teal, and it, she's uh for her race, she is very pretty to look at, but she kind of wasted because she's a bit of a recluse. And so yeah, that's where I'm gonna stop with the description for now.
Very well. As they sit here in the dimly lit tavern of the Broken Tankard, the discussion at the table is about their journey. As they have gathered here, these hooded figures make travel to the Hill of Saints, a massive and grandiose temple that has offerings and locations for each of the gods, seen as equals among all. And as they make themselves more comfortable, you can hear at the end of the table, "How many times have you made this pilgrimage before, Goliath?"
This is my third time to come here.
The pilgrimage is...
It is a long journey, but it must be done.
Aye, that it is, that it is. And how about you, fine Torton? How about yourself?
This is my first time, Turtle.
The first time heading to the Hill of Saints. You don't get too enamored by it. A great stopping point for all of us. Pray to our gods. Nothing to be allured to forever. Gain many insights when you get there. But best way to find out more about your god, as I say, is to go out and travel the world. See what your god has to offer. Tell me, were both of you going to go visit?
I am here for Valkyr, a god of protecting sailors in storms and the like.
Aye, a noble god that one.
Yes.
And how about yourself, young turtle?
I am here for Zeus, Turtle.
Who now?
The god of knowledge, deity, as Zeus.
Oh, of course, the god of knowledge. I myself am heading to worship the god of Tyr. Better understand and give offering to his just cause.
What does your god take as offering?
Most of the time, he does not ask much of us for offering. But usually, what he accepts is tales and scrolls of who we have helped out there. Show his divine purpose and reason. He wants to see us helping the people of the lands. Do good by him. Yourself? What is it you bring to offer?
He also does not ask for much. He's more, he come to tell how have helped protect sailors at sea. What have you done? Bring shells in bag.
Because that one. You, Turtle, have you brought anything to offer? Or are you merely going to gain the insights of a Zooth?
Just to learn, Turtle. I don't know what you would like, Turtle.
Well, don't think I've properly introduced myself to either of you. Name is Cleo. I reign from Hook's Point, southwest of here. It's an honor to have both of you by our sides as we make this journey. A long one, and thankfully Sanctuary offers us a nice reprieve for the final leg of the journey.
It is nice to be around others for a change. My journey has been mostly alone. And pardon, my name is Vazzak. It's a pleasure to go on this journey with you.
Pleasure's all mine. How about you, fine Turtle? What is your name?
Is it okay to give my name to strangers, Turtle?
But
Yeah,
not
what-
all.
If how can become not a stranger if you do not give name?
Reyqirelle. That is my name, Reyqirelle, Turtle.
Reyqirelle.
Fine name indeed. Tell me
Yeah.
more. Think I've quite encountered many turtles in my travels. Seen a few, but none so adorned as yourself.
Yeah, well, that's 'cause I'm rich, Turtle. Well, I was rich, Turtle. Oh, my family's rich, Turtle, not me. Gave me nothing to go with but what I have, Turtle.
Your family does not support you.
They do, Turtle, but this is, coming of age thing, Turtle.
Is a tradition then for family.
You could say that, Turtle.
I have never met a turtle either. I've heard the stories here and there, but he's did not. I do not know if it is rude to ask about the shell.
It probably is, Turtle, but you can ask me. I'll answer, Turtle.
It is. I've heard it is very hard. Yes. It's like
Yes.
armor.
Yes, Turtle. It's really comfy though, Turtle.
Oh, it's hard on outside, but soft and squishy on inside.
Not squishy, Turtle, but not as hard as the outside, Turtle. You could probably scratch it with something and it wouldn't leave a mark, Turtle.
It's good to must be nice to have armor on body without armor on body.
Yeah, but it's a little bit heavy, Turtle. I actually lost some weight, Turtle. I'm only about 420 pounds, Turtle, and they say that's dangerous. It could be unhealthy, Turtle. Want to touch my shell, Turtle?
It is okay, not strange.
I don't think so, Turtle.
I'm gonna just totally reach across the table with this long, kind of gangly arm, and just kind of tap on it so it makes a little noise so I can feel how hard it is. I'm pretty strong, but I'm not gonna do it that hard. But you'll definitely feel that I'm tapping it.
Okay.
Oh, it feels very strong.
Your arm feels kind of weird, Turtle.
It's, yeah, I apologize if arm feels weird.
No, I never saw an arm like that before, Turtle. It's good to know. Good information, Turtle. And I'm just gonna jot down my observation in a little notepad.
Yeah,
All right.
What are you writing down? I need to know.
Don't worry about it, Turtle.
I will not worry about it then.
So as this exchange is going on, the door swings open to the tavern, and a cloaked figure, in simple leathers, nothing too extravagant, 2 horns adorning their head, walks in and makes their way towards the bar, where they are greeted by a very short and boisterous dwarf. Ah, there you are, lass. Good to see you. You're finally here.
Yes, I was not expecting to see you here.
Ah, lass, of course I'd be here. I sent you the letter, didn't I?
Well, yes, I suppose so, but I didn't expect it to be somewhere so populated.
Ah, it's always populated on the boat. Why would you think otherwise?
Well, on the boat, it's family. This is common folk.
Oh, you see here, eventually, if you spend long enough at a place like this, it becomes like a family.
I suppose so. I suppose drinking enough will do that to you, would it not?
Aye, lass. Aye, that it would.
But
So-
yes, you said you had information.
Aye, that I do, lass. That I do. So, in my travels, it's been a long time since I sailed with your father. I have sailed with others. And I have been looking for your father's ship ever since he sold it. And finally, just finally, I've heard more about it. Reaper's Claw was last seen sailing down south by that elvish capital. She's still in good hands and in good shape.
Do you know what captain sails the Reaper?
Aye, of course, of course. It's Istval, don't you remember your father? That wealthy drow that offered him, was it now, almost 1,000 gold pieces for that
Yes,
vessel.
I remember. He had pestered my father for years about the boat until he finally gave in.
Aye. A shame, lass. I wish we were still sailing together. Those were great days. But you don't want to just relive the old days now, do you?
Part of me, of course, does, but I think forging my own path is more fitting at the moment.
Aye, of course, of course. So, let's get down to brass tacks, do we? See, I was hearing that the Sovereign are going to be having gathering here soon. That while they're having this gathering, each one of their mansions is going to be open. They're going to be vacated because all of their house guards are going to follow them.
These folks are going to leave their homes unguarded.
Aye. Carry a few servants and a guard here or there, but nothing we haven't handled before in the past.
Which one is the wealthiest?
Aye, of course you know the wealthiest would be one of my own. She's said to have a throne of gold inside of her mansion.
Well, I don't think there's much we can do with the throne. I think we need to
Aye.
think smaller.
Aye. Think about it. If a lass has a throne of gold, what other treasures might she have inside?
So you're thinking we take this meeting as a benefit to us?
Aye, lass, aye. Oh,
Do you have people, or would it be just you and I?
aye, just be you and I like old times, like me and your father used to do.
Do you have a plan, or do you just have the information?
But you see, lass, before the great ceremony Sovereign are going to be putting on, they have their council meetings every week. I think what we do is go to the council meeting, sit in on it, get to see more about how her guards act, how she acts around them, and to see a little bit more of her pattern.
The common folk are welcome in this meeting.
Aye, of course. How else would the Sovereign be able to control this rabble?
I suppose you have a point there. I kind of assumed that they would have their own thing and then do like some fancy... I don't know. But anyways, we blend in pretty well. I suppose we can do that. I
Aye,
would need to, not so much the guards as much any servants that they would have with them. Need to see how they act as well.
aye. Maybe cozy up to a few of them.
Mm-hmm.
If they're more
Exactly
willing
what I
to let a dashing young lass like yourself maybe sneak a look into a grandiose mansion.
Mm-hmm. Because I sure have an interest in relics and artifacts for knowledge, of course.
Aye, of course, lass, of course. So, let's take this moment. Now, please describe more of your character.
Oh, hello. I am going to be playing. I've adopted Ephi. It was supposed to be Ephi, but I like Ephi better. Ephi. She is a young-ish tiefling woman. She's a bit on the petite side, and she has inherited very pale skin from her father, no matter how much she has sailed. She adorns herself in normal pirate attire, but as a keepsake to her mother who has passed, she does adorn her horns in some of her mother's old crystals and jewels, which she's not too sure if they have much of a use or a meaning, but she felt it was worth keeping. She is very minimalist. She, of course, likes her riches and her wealth, as most pirates do, but she does not hold on to much for long. And she came here just seeking something new. She is a wanderer, after all. She's a pirate. She never stays anywhere too long. She was literally born and raised on the seas, so she finds herself here, led by said note. And seems she's found a bit of an interesting situation. Is there anything else I need?
That's perfectly fine.
Okay.
As you're sitting here talking with Philandrin, or Baldric, sorry, Baldric, name, turns to the barmaid. Barmaid, bring me 2 tankards of ale, one for myself and the lass here. And she looks at him, notes it down, and continues about her work throughout the tavern, taking orders from different tables and bringing it to the back. And as Baldric goes to turn to you again, the door is kicked open. And this large beast enters in on 4 legs, all adorned in dark clothing, and seems to have a sullen look on their face. She begins scanning the tavern. Finally, her eyes lock upon yours. As she approaches. And Health Bar, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself?
Oh, so I've got really long, beautiful, silvery hair with, black streaks in it. Sometimes, on occasion, they might be, bright scene colors of like blue and pink. But today it's black, and it's, hung over my face, and my head's looking down at the ground, so you can't really see it. It's really shadowed, but you can tell, obviously, I've got really heavy eye makeup. If you picture a scene kid, that's me. I've got long, beautiful legs, and I'm just this chestnut, dapper in color. Oh, gorgeous. I am very, small for my size. A measly 7'4", but make with what we're due. As she's wearing some like heavy-ish armor that you can see, it's very mismatched just on her upper torso, because obviously, horse armor. I'm a centaur. I don't know if I said that.
And as you enter into the tavern, you notice a cheerful young lady you had been following all day. She has finally found a place to stop. You're able to catch up with her. You begin to approach her.
So I approach this tiefling, this creature of pure joy and happiness, and I just scour even harder as I approach, and I just clomp down with my hooves, and the bar just clippity-clopped in really loud. The inn starts to kind of go silent as I approach, and then I just stare at her. I gaze at her with my piercing blue eyes, just silent.
Can I help you with something?
Maybe.
Indulge me. What might I be able to help you with?
I just wanted you to know, it's gonna sound weird, but why? And she just pauses, just stares at her again, and then, are you so happy?
What makes you assume that I'm happy?
Well, you don't look miserable.
Are those the only 2 emotions that one can have? Miserable or happy?
No, but I mean, you were looking up at the sky and smiling, and you just move so light.
I suppose I am happy.
I tilt my head to the side and just, really show off my somewhat poorly applied makeup, and I mean, I don't know. I pause and then I just like stare at her and I look really confused.
Are you not happy?
I don't see what's so great about being happy.
Have you ever tried it before? Have you ever found anything that gives you any joy, any excitement, any pleasure?
I mean, maybe.
Mm-hmm. Then why are you so sad now?
I look really uncomfortable, you know, just for a solid second, and then I clear my throat, and then I sort of nod down at, you know, the space next to her. Mind if I join you?
Of course. Isn't that not the point of taverns? To meet new people and share very close quarters with them.
I kind of shift towards, you know, over by her and just sort of like get down on my horse legs, I guess. So I'm kind of a bit lower than her.
Ephi is like smirking the entire time. She finds this kind of amusing.
I reach across the table and I grab at the man's drink as if I want to pull it to myself and take it. I'll have that. Excuse me.
Right, lass, if you wanted a drink, you should have just asked for a drink. Ephi, I didn't know you brought a friend.
I mean, did you not say that once you stay for a while that everyone becomes family?
I did, lass, I did, but you make no mention of it. And something of... Aldrich kind of looks up and down at the centaur. Of her size. It's massive. Look at her.
You know, she could say the opposite about you, though.
Aye, lass, you don't need to be talking about me height like that. You know it's a sore
Well,
spot.
well, listen, you're talking about hers like that, but I mean, for her, it's normal. For you, yours is normal. I don't know, you're seeming a little unfair there.
Aye,
Can I
lass.
hear this?
Why don't you go ahead? You know what? Yes. Yes, you can hear them talking back and forth as Baldric is arguing with Ephi.
I pictured her, like, placed between us. Like, I pictured her just, like, inserting herself between us at the bar.
I just have this expression of just pure sadness as I just listen to them talk about me like this.
Baldric looks back over at the centaur, seeing this look. Listen, lass. I just didn't expect to see a centaur today. Why don't I go get you a drink?
I've already got yours.
Why don't I go get you another? Something maybe stronger.
I look at the drink in my hands, then up at him, and then I just kind of look down at myself and I sigh heavily, and I'm just like, all right. I look defeated.
And Ephi is just grinning.
Aldrich leans over to Ephi. Has she always been this? Well, you know, kind of gives her the eyes.
Well, I've known her for an all of 20 minutes, and it's been like this, so yes, she has always been this way.
I thought your father taught you how to make better friends than this. She's going to bring down everyone around her.
I sigh heavily, and I just down the drink in my hands.
Then
When you
Baldric,
get her a drink, why don't you bring me one?
aye, lass, I'll get you a drink. Right. And please, cheer your friend up. She's making me nervous with how sad she looks. And Baldric stands up and goes to flag down the barmaid.
I look at, you know, Eerie, and I just, you know, gesture, and I'm like, so, pause awkwardly.
What is a centaur doing in the middle of Sanctuary in a tavern?
Oh, well, you know, came here to see a person.
Have you seen them?
For a second, I just look extremely upset. My face scrunches in a cringe. Yeah, I did. You happy?
What was it? Not a pleasant meeting of a person?
No, it's just. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to yell at you like that.
It's quite all right. I'm sorry that your meeting was not a happy one.
Yeah, well, he ended up being a fraud, is all. And I was really excited when I heard this rumor. You know, have you heard of the Great Snow Hole?
Hmm. I don't believe so. I'm not very familiar with the lands around here. I don't think that rings a bell.
Oh, well, in the rusted moors, there's this great, big, hoed chasm, and around it is just ice and snow, and it's magnificent, and no one's been inside.
You said in the rusted moors.
Yeah, it's weird, right? Snow up there.
Yes, I think I know what you were speaking of, but it wasn't called anything. It was just a hole. Interesting.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
I wasn't aware that there was snow and ice in the moors.
It's only around the hole, that's the thing. It's all up. There's something about it. That's why I came here. There's supposed to be a man who said that he got to the bottom of it, but he didn't. He lied. It's, it's very upsetting.
You really want to get to the bottom of this hole, don't you?
I blush and I just look down at my cup. So, why are you here?
I'm a bit of an explorer, I suppose you can say. I found myself here, and it just so happens that something I lost possession of years ago has been found, and it brought me to Sanctuary, where I met my friend, the one going to get us a drink. And some new opportunities have arisen, so I'm here just to see what Sanctuary has to offer.
Oh, I see. Is he like your... Is he your man?
No. 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 No.
Yeah,
He's
he's
old
a
enough
bit
to be
ugly,
my
isn't
father.
he?
Yeah. He's not quite my type. I yes, where is he at with that drink? No, he's more of I suppose he would be like an uncle, I guess. I've known him since before as long as I can remember. I was like a tiny child when I first remember seeing him. But no.
Oh, okay. Sorry I made that a bit awkward, didn't I?
It's quite all right. It's not the worst thing that I can imagine being said to me in the middle of a tavern in the middle of the day in Sanctuary by a centaur.
It was 40 minutes, by the way. I was watching you for 40 minutes, not 20.
Why were you watching me for that long?
Well, you just looked, really happy. And, you shouldn't be.
Why should I not be happy?
Life is miserable.
Why do you think life is so miserable? Mine has
I've
been...
got a list.
Oh.
I interrupt her. Top 10 reasons why life is awful and miserable and you should be sad. I flick the paper and begin. Number one, this is no particular order, by the way, but just my favorites. Number one, you smell really bad when you get wet in the rain. Terrible. Number two, well, you're gonna die alone in the end, aren't you? Number three and number four kind of go hand in hand. One, no one's gonna go to your funeral when you die. And two, no one's, gonna cry at your funeral, not real tears. Number five is as follows. Everyone you ever know and love will die. And number six is life sucks. Seven is, well, darkness is just better. You should just let it inside.
I think I get the picture. I think I get the picture.
I've got three more though.
Yeah, I think I get it. I don't think I need all three.
Okay, well, I'll save them for later. I took the paper.
Yeah,
Put it in my
Maybe
satchel.
Maybe if I get too happy again, you can bring up the other three to kind of dumb me down a little bit or something.
Okay.
She like drinks the last little like bit of foam from her first drink. Just trying to get the last bit out of this tankard.
As you're finishing downing your drink to try to distract yourself from the conversation at hand, Aldrich comes back with a whole round of ales, sets them down on the bar, and looks at the two of
He
you.
snatches it.
Kind
Just
of
snatches one.
kind of looks at the two of you, and as you snatch away the drink, and sees that your mood has soured since the last time he was at his seat. Hey, what's going on here, lass? You're supposed to cheer her up. What's happened? What are you talking about, the two of you?
Oh, I never got your name, Centaur.
Oh. You can call me Claire. What's yours?
I'm Ephi. Baldric. Claire, correct? Claire?
Aye,
Yes.
she said her name was Claire.
Yes, I wanted to make sure. I need to make sure. She had a very interesting list of things that I think you would find very real.
Do you want to hear it again?
Aye, I'd love to hear Liz. I love Liz.
I excitedly take out the piece of paper that I'd folded and, unfold it again. Just snap it with my finger. All right. Number one. You'll always be miserable in the end. Number two, you're gonna die alone. Number three and number four are as follows. Everyone you ever love will die. And when you die, no one's gonna truly care. And number seven, this is my favorite one. Number seven, this is the one she didn't want to hear, by the way. I'm almost done with my list, and she cut me off. Number seven, it is as follows. Everything, the entire world is cloaked in misery. You just have to look hard enough.
As you look at Baldric, he's kind of got this big smile just plastered on his face. And Ephi, as you look closer on him, you can kind of see the pain in his eyes as this smile is kind of stuck to his face. He kind of just slowly turns his head to you and goes, "Hey, lass, you mind if we have a word real quick? We'll be right back, Claire. I promise. We'll be right back with you."
Yeah, won't be, but like a minute. I don't know what he wants. Just a minute.
Okay, but if all your drinks are gone by the time you come back, it's not my fault.
Hi, of course.
Ephi takes a giant gulp of hers just in case.
Aldrich doesn't even bring his cup with him and kind of grabs Ephi by the arm and starts dragging her as fast as his little dwarf legs can carry him,
And she's just giggling the entire time. Just
over to the corner of the bar and just looks at her and goes, "Now, lass, I know your father's ship was about 10 years ago now. But did you have to find literally the saddest thing in the world to be your friend?"
I did not find her. She found me. I did not meet her, but after we had our conversation, she walked in the bar. I'd never seen her before that. Apparently, she'd been watching me for 40 minutes. I thought you would enjoy her list, though. I know you love lists.
That same smile that was stuck on his face still seems to be there as he sang this through gritted teeth. "Lass, I like lists and all that. Not ones that tell me about how I'm going to die alone and how everything is awful. Maybe, just maybe, you know what? She might be able to help us."
You think a sad centaur can help us? Please enlighten me on how she can help us.
Well, she can bloody well read that list to the guards that are left over at the mansion, and they'll be distracted for a while.
Evie's face is just like turning red, and she's just like stifling so many just giggles because it sounds absurd to her.
Like, lass, this is serious business, all right? She might be able to help. I mean, how
Well,
often
then-
do you see a centaur walking through town?
I can't. I can't answer that question. This is a first.
Aye, that's because they're nomadic people. They don't like big cities. And for one to be walking through a city like this...
Well, apparently there was a reason she's here. Something about a big frozen hole in the rusted moors. And she's like, she wanted to like meet somebody who knew about the big frosty hole, and apparently he was a liar. So she's like very upset, and so that's why she's here.
Mean to tell me she wants to go check out the pit? Giant
Mm.
bloody hole that just drops.
Sure. She just said that there was a big frosty icy hole up in the rusted moors. And she wanted to find out what was at the bottom, and somebody here said that there was something at the bottom, and they've been there, but they lied, and now she is here very sad and drinking our drinks.
Aldra kind of looks past you a little bit back at Claire, and kind of gives like a little wave and smile, like, yeah, we're still talking, and looks back at you.
Can we
She's a-
keep her?
She's a bloody loony. How
Can-
the
can
hell
we-
is that horse person thing going to get down to the bottom of a hole that no one's been to the bottom of? There's not
Yeah,
some
I don't-
just
she
tap
didn't-
down there. What are you gonna do? Tie a big old crane above her and lower her down with ropes?
Well, she didn't say she was going down there. She just wanted to know what was at the bottom, and someone said that they knew what was at the bottom, so she was going to meet them here, and they lied.
Aye, why else would you want to know it's at the bottom unless you wanted to go to the bottom to get it?
I don't know. I've never thought about going to the bottom of a giant icy hole. She likes it. I don't know. Can we keep her?
Aldra kind of looks at you, and that stuck smile just immediately
Oh, come
drops to a
on.
frown.
You said she can help us, remember?
Aye, I meant that we could use her and get rid of her and never have to see her very sad self again. Why do you want her to help us? Why do you want her to stay with us so bad?
But Baldric, it'll be fun to have someone with us. She gives like these like puppy dog eyes that like a daughter gives to her dad type of thing when she really wants a puppy.
He starts to like try to word or sound out things, but no real words are coming out. But you know, all right, fine, she can stay. But you're paying for her room.
That's fine. I have a little coin, that's fine.
All right.
Ephi dismisses herself without even listening to the last thing he has to say, and she skips back over to the centaur.
As you're skipping away, Baldric kind of throws his hands up in the air and then kind of slowly lets them fall down to his side. And he walks again to find the barmaid. And as you see, he's like sizing something up. Like trying to picture and show the barmaid he wants something bigger.
I think Ephi would skip up to the bar and like just plop down, like both of her elbows on the bar, just like waiting next to the centaur. So, what are you doing now that the guy about the frosty hole lied to you?
As you guys come to the bar, you notice that all of your alcohol is in fact gone, and Claire's just taking just a last gulp of what's left. I haven't really thought that far ahead.
You want to go on an adventure?
With you?
I mean, sure, why not? Remember, you need to read your list whenever like I'm getting too happy.
Right, yes. I'll have to read you the lists. What are you doing?
You know, that's a really good question. Do you like gold? And like shiny things? Like valuable things? And like sneaky things? And like, do you like stuff like that?
I don't know a soul who doesn't. I don't only like, ironically, of course.
I think you'd like the adventures we're gonna go on.
I don't know if I could like anything ever again.
Maybe in our travels we'll figure out a way to make you like something again. And maybe possibly turn that frown into a slightly less frowny frown. Yeah.
She looks very uncomfortable.
Ephi's just grinning obnoxiously large. Just like a big toothy grin.
As the two ladies are sitting here, polar opposites of each other in this discussion, by now Vazzak and Rey, you have both noticed this boisterous conversation going on, and noticed the centaur, something that rivals even Vazzak in height.
Would I have? I mean, as we're staring, would we have watched Claire drinking everybody's drink?
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm gonna get up and walk over after I see her drinking that much.
I'm just gonna like awkwardly follow behind him.
And I'm going, stand up slowly, just kind of unfurl, stand up and stretch a little bit, and then just slowly walk over towards this group and specifically towards the centaur. Excuse me, how much you drink all of these drinks?
I mean, I did. Yeah.
And I guess we're basically looking eye to eye because we're practically the same height. Do you think you could drink more?
Yeah. I look at him, just noting how large he is, and I'm just like, huh. Haven't seen anyone as big as me. That's kind of interesting.
And I'm kind of just like kind of squinting, like when you're checking somebody out. Do you think you could drink more than me?
You don't look that big. Probably.
We should find out.
I'm just here taking notes.
Standing behind just with a notebook.
Mm-hmm.
And Ephi's still grinning. Just grinning. So big.
If we work it right, I whisper towards oh god, what's his name?
Vazzak.
Vazzak?
But pardon being rude. My name is Vazzak.
Oh, Claire. Listen, Vazzak. If we play our cards right, I bet we could get these two to pay for us. I sort of nod my head towards, Ephi.
It does not matter who pays for this as long as we have competition.
You're going down.
The best one will win, the other one will not, but we will both do all we can.
The loser's gonna be very sad, full of despair. My eyes just twinkle with gleam.
I kind of, like, I have a pretty dour expression too, but I kind of perk up at the thought of competing of something. Like I kind of straighten up a little more. It seems to come to a little more life.
And I stopped taking notes for a second to ask them both a question. Can I take a blood sample before you do that, Turtle?
Startled and just like, ah! Like I didn't see her there.
This is Reyqirelle. She likes to take notes of what you say and do.
It's for research, Turtle.
Oh.
Look at this shell, and I reach out and I tap on the shell again without asking.
No, just once, only one time. Don't do it again, Turtle.
Oh, yeah, I apologize.
Never seen a centaur before, Turtle. Can I ride you?
I don't know you that well. Shuffle my hooves awkwardly. Just like look down at the floor.
Okay, interesting response, Turtle. And I continue to take notes.
We need drinks. What are we drinking? What were you drinking?
I think at this point, Ephi like gets up on like a stool and like stands up above the crowd to look for the barmaiden and where Baldric went, to try and get drinks because she really wants to see this. So she starts, barmaid, somewhere, can we get some drinks, please? Yoo-hoo!
Aldrich,
Just like flailing.
seeing you now standing on a stool, even more excited than you were before about the very dour centaur. He's another massive figure standing next to the centaur and a turtle. And he, in his hand, has a small keg that he had purchased for himself. Drink, and he can hear you yelling for more drinks and stuff. And he kind of looks at you. You both lock eyes for a moment. He slowly just shakes his head no, and then turns away and walks into the corner of the bar where he can start drinking his own little keg for himself. The barmaid, seeing you shouting and yelling for more drinks, looks and she sees a small gathering of people now that are coming around to see this drinking competition. As she watches the people kind of flock there, she gets all excited. Is like, ooh, more money for me today. Excellent. And hurries on into the back, now bringing out a whole tray worth of ales. And walking up to the group and setting it down on the bar top itself. She looks at both of you and goes, we'll start with 4 apiece. How's that sound?
Excellent. You can keep them coming, I think. I mean, you see how big these guys are? They can probably drink, like, a lot.
She kind of looks at the centaur and the Goliath, and her being a human girl, about 5'7", looking up at both of these people, and then looking at you, who's also towering above her because you're standing on the stool, just kind of looks at you and goes, no, it's probably right. I'll be back. And she makes her way back to the back of the inn. So, drinks have been laid out in front of you. And both of you are, I assume, going to start trying to drink as quickly as you can.
We will have rules for competition. Take drink it at the same time, slam down when done, move on to next drink. Yes.
Yeah, works for me.
And I'm like, all of a sudden, I mean, especially probably Ray would recognize that, like, I'm way more animated than I was sitting over there just chit chatting the whole time. So I'm just gonna grab the first drink and wait for her to do the same.
I'm
I
gonna
think
grab my drink as well.
Yeah, as they're talking, I think Ephi has like turned around and like with some like really sketchy guys, she's like pulling like bets and like putting bets on the drinkers just in this little circle of people as they're like waiting for this drinking competition to start.
Yeah, and Reyqirelle's just there. She pulls out some kind of cleaning solution from a little vial because she doesn't want to get any germs on her from the tables and stuff around. And then continue to take notes about this upcoming drinking competition.
So, did both of you agree to letting Reyqirelle take your blood?
Oh yeah. Yeah. What are you going to do with blood?
Research, Turtle, because I'll probably want to take the blood afterwards, Turtle, and see who's genetically more predisposed to, alcohol. Turtle.
I will win this one too. You take blood.
No, you won't.
I am going to win.
No,
This.
take my blood too
My
first.
blood is better.
I'm a centaur. My blood is bigger.
Well, that's why we're doing the research, Turtle, so we can say once and for all, Turtle.
So,
And I'll, just take a sample of their blood with a small needle.
so
Wait.
the-
Is it gonna hurt?
Sure, Turtle.
Oh. Okay.
see a small, slight smile almost here on Claire's face as she hears that it might hurt a little. So, blood has been taken and stowed away, and both of you have now grasped your tankards, and clapped them together and begin to drink. So what I need you both to do is give me a Constitution saving throw. This will be the first roll of our campaign.
Drinking contest.
A Constitution saving throw.
Yep, Constitution saving throw.
All right. So that is okay. There. Here we go. I have to change my name in here too, at the bottom.
How do I do a Constitution savings throw? I'm sorry.
So go to your character sheet, have that open up, and then you will see where all the saving throws are. Just click on Constitution save.
It's a little box to the left of the hit points.
Oh!
So, both of you begin chugging away these drinks, and both of you finish them in record speeds. Both slam them down on the table. As you look, Claire lets out a small, little petite burp, and Vazzak is very less subtle and just kind of lets it go. Both seem to be doing perfectly fine here through the first drink. Now, Ephi, who are you betting on with these competitors?
I think she would automatically bet on the centaur because she doesn't know the other one.
Okay, so she's betting on the centaur. And how much are you betting?
Do I have like an amount of gold? I don't think we solidified that.
So you would have about anywhere, due to your past, you'd have anywhere between 60 and 85 gold total.
Okay. I think she would bet 20 gold on the centaur.
20 gold.
Yes.
But I have to bet. Very well.
She likes to gamble.
Very well. 20 gold on the centaur. So,
20 gold. Oh shit.
No
All right.
pressure.
So, Both of the contestants once again scoop up their drinks and they begin to chug. Why don't you both give me another Constitution save? So, as you begin to slam them down, Vazzak is now starting to get into his element. He's starting to really feel it, and that Goliath blood of his is starting to show his resolve and fortitude when it comes to competitions such as this.
Even with 2 legs, I will be standing longer than you, Claire.
And as you look at the centaur, it begins to waver a little bit as she takes a little bit longer to drink down this drink. Eventually she finishes, sets it down, kind of looks at you, and you can kind of see her head doing a little bit of a sway back and forth.
This isn't even my final form.
You are looking a little woozy. Do you want to give up already?
Oh, dream on. I snort and like flick my
Good.
tail.
Do not give up. You never know. You could come back and win.
So, now you go to pick up your third tankard of ale. At this point, the barmaid has come back with 4 more tankards each, and she's just kind of watching this impressive display of drinking, as these are pretty sizable tankards that you are just drinking through as if it's nothing. So, once again, you both scoop up your tankards and begin to down them. I can get another save out of each of you.
I'll let
Vazzak is now fully reveling in it and is turning to the crowd and raising his arms into the air as he's downing the drink. So in one hand he's drinking, and the other hand is raised into the sky, almost touching the ceiling of the tavern.
It is like I am drinking water.
And Claire, once again, taking her time to drink through this tankard, looks a little bit worse for wear. And now the sway is noticeable, and other people are starting to take note of it. And the people who were betting against Ephi are starting to bump elbows and be like, "Hey, look, gonna win."
She's just scowling.
At this point, Baldric has now even walked over, and you can give him a little glance, Ephi, and you see that his mood seems to be changing, and he seems to be smiling a little bit more as he's staring at you and seeing your scowl form.
I think she would just give him a dirty look. Like, cross her arms and look back to the people drinking.
He would give you the biggest of grins and then look back to the competition. And now, 2 contestants yet again pick up the 4th ale from this platter. The barmaid removes that one and sets down the next.
I bring up my glass to do a cheers.
Do a
I
cheers.
sloppily return my cheers, or his cheers.
Very well.
Don't leave any drop.
So, and go ahead and give me a Constitution save throw there, Claire.
Oh my god.
Listen, I've had like 12 already.
As you set down your drink, Vazzak, it takes you a little bit longer than it did before the first 3. Getting to pace yourself a little bit more now. You look over at Claire, and she is struggling to drink it.
I am feeling a little bit tipsy now.
Glare at him.
Vazzak, you reach over and you kind of help hold the glass up for her as tip it back so she can keep drinking with you.
You have this. You are not finished yet, are you, Claire?
No, that's a lot more room where that came from.
You start to
Desperately thug.
you start to look down, and you start to see the hooves kind of do that drunken, like, slow pace back and forth. And go to pick up the 5th glass each.
Oh my god.
Oh,
And now, go ahead and give me another Constitution saving throw.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
So, as Vazzak and Claire both pick up the glasses, clink them together, he continued. Vazzak, now taking a lot longer than he originally did, still has the ability to finish the whole drink. Claire shakily raising it to her mouth and just slowly drinking and sipping away at it. And as she looks up, her eyes are almost glazed over as she's staring at Vazzak. As she starts to lean to one side, she kind of just holds down the tankard and sets it down and just looks at you.
You have put up a good fight, but this victory looks to be mine.
I feel so miserable and sad. I just slurred.
Do you need to sit down? Can you sit down?
Like on your lap.
I do not think
I would
this would
crush
be wise.
you.
Have you had enough? Will you declare that I have won this competition?
You won this battle. I will rise again and I will make you weep into your pit at night as you realize how inferior you are.
I look forward to this battle then. You will learn from your defeat and you will come back stronger, I hope.
I kind of just get up and I like pump my fists in the air and I'm feeling pretty good.
Slouch and just look down at the ground, just even more glum and, full of despair than before.
And as she's sitting there with her head hanging, I'm going to take whatever was left of her last drink and finish it.
Can you believe that?
Reyqirelle, you write down my victory, yes?
Vazzak, as you finish Claire's drink, give me one last Constitution save. See how well you finish that. You finish it off pretty easily. Now kind of coasting through the drinking. And as you set it down, Claire kind of wobbles a little bit standing at the bar. All of the bettors look to Ephi, kind of rubbing their hands together, looking for 20 gold pieces that she has offered them.
She begrudgingly just doesn't look at them and just reaches behind her and drops them in their hands.
Did you bet on me?
Maybe.
As I look at her, just her anger and her, vague sadness on her face, my features just perk up a little. I'm sorry about that.
It's fine. I'll see if I can't sneak my hand in their pocket when they're not looking. Get a little bit of my money back.
And this Baldric walks up to Ephi and kind of like, "Aye, lass, things like this just have a tendency to happen, especially when days are filled with surprises." Kind of chuckles as he looks to some of the bettors and holds out his hand and takes a little bit of his cut from the bets. Stuffs it into his pouch.
I don't even think she has anything to say to him. She just gives him the dirtiest look, you little shit. Doesn't even say anything, just turns away.
As things start to quiet down and everybody begins to kind of disperse from the drinking, the rest of the drinks are handed out to some of the other cloaked members, as well as for yourself, Ephi, and Reyqirelle. And you begin to kind of settle in now. The four of you and Baldric all kind of gathered, sitting there and now discussing. Baldric looks at the Goliath and the turtle, and I haven't seen drinking like that since I was back in the fighting pit. It's quite impressive there, lad.
It was a good battle. What you say? You are a fighter, you say?
Aye, I was a fighter. As he takes a sip of his keg of ale.
Were you a good fighter?
Aye, it was the best. It's how me and Ephi met. Your father picked me up from the fighting pits and made me his first mate.
Oh, you are you have a ship.
I used to sail on the same ship. Now, making me rounds. Doing a bit of work here, doing a bit of work there. You know how it is. Times things must to an end.
This is true.
I kind of, as he's talking about the ship, I kind of like my mood slows down a little bit, and I get a little bit more quiet, a little slumping forward again.
So I notice him slumping, and I start to ruffle through my little pouch that I'm carrying with me, and I ask him, "Would you like to drink this turtle?"
What is it?
It's a secret recipe turtle. It should make you feel better, probably. Never, only tried it once, turtle. But the science behind it is good. Like, I've researched it.
Would it be
Yeah.
better for me or better for Claire? He kind of like points with his thumb to her sitting there looking quite down.
Well, there should be enough for only one of you, turtle. So I can ask her if she wants it.
Ask her. She seems to be a little bit down after losing competition.
Okay, so then I walk over to Claire and I ask her if she, would you like to try this potion, turtle? It might make you feel better, turtle.
Whoa. Claire looks down at the little turtle girl, her just swaying and eyes unfocused. What potion?
I made it myself based on some research I did, turtle, and it should be mostly fine, turtle, but it might not, turtle. I've only tried it once.
Is it more alcohol? I pale.
No alcohol, just plants, turtle. Yeah, plants.
What does it do?
Well, it boosts your stamina, turtle, and it's can be used as a hangover cure, turtle. Or, it could possibly make your hair grow longer, turtle.
I get excited at the hair part. I visibly brighten, and I hold out my hand, kind of just shaking a little bit with the effort. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. It should make you feel better, but side effects and whatnot, turtle. And
I
she starts
shrug.
she starts taking notes about how it affects her.
All right, what is in this potion that you handed over to?
So it is actually not quite a recovery, but it's a boost potion, like a potion that'll like help boost you and make you actually feel better. At least a little bit. The issue is there's actually like a side effect that, you know, her hair will just start growing, and not just the hair on the head, just here will start getting longer.
Very well.
It's all natural, but you know, that's kind of the side effect of it.
Very well. Claire, why don't you give me another Constitution save to see how well this potion goes down?
Oh boy.
Oh,
As you drink down the potion, it seems to make you feel slightly better, and you begin to kind of raise out of your slump a little bit, and your eyes start to focus in again.
feel better,
Oh.
Turtle?
I shake my head. Yeah, a little bit. Still sad though.
Well, I can't help you with that, Turtle. Sorry.
It's okay. Thank you. But what was your name, little one?
Reyqirelle, Turtle, can I ride you now?
I mean, maybe later.
Okay, noted. And I
Don't,
go back
don't
to
think
like,
she can carry herself right now, let alone you.
Fair enough, Turtle.
As the turtle kind of gets a little sad, you can kind of see her shrink down a little bit in her shell, as once again she's been denied the chance to ride on the back of the centaur. Claire, you're starting to get your feet up back underneath you again, and needing less of your weight to be perked up on the bar. So, the four of you begin just to kind of discuss and drink and let the day go by. Getting closer to evening as the sun begins setting over the city of Sanctuary. Aldrich looks at two cloaked figures, the turtle and the Goliath. Aye, so what brings you to Sanctuary there, folks?
We are pilgrimages. We have to go to Hill of Saints to make offering to gods.
Why? Some of the folks that do the pilgrimage. Tell me now. What's it like at the Hill of Saints? I haven't been there before myself.
Nor have I, Turtle. That's why I'm going. First-hand knowledge is the best-hand knowledge, Turtle.
It is. I have been there twice before. It's. I try not to stay long. It's a lot of chanting, a lot of praying, a lot of others putting on a show for their god. I prefer to go up there, make offering, and leave. But if can always walk up there if interested.
Aye. Tell me how fancy is it? I've heard tale of great treasures that the Hill of Saints gathers, of course, for its offerings.
Ephi kind of perks up at this to listen a little more intently.
There are many I have seen in the past who bring gold and riches of the like for the gods. I am not sure gods are interested in this, but I do not know their god, so I cannot say. But it's many different. sometimes things that are not great to see depending on God, but there are, have seen, what would you would call it, treasure.
Aye, of course, of course. You know, myself and Ephi here, we do love marveling at relics. That's what we were, of course. We collected relics and returned them to their natural owners. I remember a time where we found this great dwarven orb. It was solid marble, carved with emeralds and rubies adorned inside of it. It was quite magnificent. Of course, we made sure to take it right back to where it came from. He kind of looks at Ephi and kind of winks a little bit at her.
Just gives like a smug grin. We took it to its home, where it was meant to be.
It's very noble of you. But you would suppose if seeing a relic and treasure, this sort of offering thing, might be interest to go look at the Hill of Saints. But only usually those who follow gods walk up there.
Aldrich kind of looks over at Ephi. Aye, of course. We're religious folks as well. Isn't that right, Ephi?
What happens if people who don't follow gods go up there?
I have not seen anyone go up there who was not appear to be some sort of religious priest or cleric wearing a robe like Reyqirelle here, or mine is over by where we're sitting. It's a big robe, just covered in slow march, walk up there with offerings.
Yeah, Reyqirelle is visibly unimpressed at all of this talk of treasure and offerings and stuff. She just continues to take notes.
And as Reyqirelle is taking those notes, Ephi, you notice on the portal shell, there happens to be 3 gems inside of the shell, just at the back of her neck. And they're marvelous in quality and design. Some of which the likes you have never seen before.
Are they ingrained in her shell, or are they stuck onto, or how does it look like these are attached to her?
They are ingrained into the shell.
Okay.
Almost as if slots were carved out of her shell to insert one of these gems. And they seem to fit snugly inside of the shell.
And what color are these gems?
There is 1 ruby, 2 emeralds that adorn each side of the ruby.
Okay. Little turtle. What is the significance of those those gems on the back of your shell there?
It's my family crest, Turtle.
Do all turtles have a family crest like that?
Not all of them, just our society, Turtle.
Oh, I see. I think if he looks visibly interested yet confused, kind of just a very stumped look on her face.
So I noticed the confused look. So I ask, well, why are you confused, Turtle? You look bothered, Turtle.
Well, I've known my fair share of not so colorful characters, and would it not be unsafe to have such valuable things so out in the open? when you are in taverns and out in day-to-day life. Is that not something to be afraid of?
So Reyqirelle kind of looks perplexed at her question. What do you mean, Turtle? Is it something that I should be afraid of, Turtle?
Well, I mean, there are thieves and goons and stuff down any road. Like, they could look like just you and me, and you never know.
Huh.
I don't know. I've always been one to put away your most valuables, and because you never know whose eye may catch them, and they just want them for themselves.
Well, I've never had to worry about that, Turtle, or think about it, Turtle. I'll take note of it, though, Turtle.
Might be smart. Are you from around here?
No, Turtle, I'm from far, far away, Turtle.
Might be even smarter then, since you are a visitor.
Okay, I'll keep it under wraps, I guess, Turtle. And she just kind of like shrugs off the advice and goes back to her note taking.
I have a question.
What?
Would we know there's a specific time we need to go to the Hill of Saints, or is it just, while we're here, it's someplace you just have to go there?
You will be bedding down in Sanctuary for about a week's time, as
Okay.
more people are gathering
Gotcha.
to make the pilgrimage. Who are just so happen to be some of the first few who have arrived
Gotcha.
in Sanctuary. So, as the party kind of nestles in, you notice another individual enter into the tavern. And he seems to be adorned in fine plate, with a crest on his plate mail of a half moon with an eagle sits above it. The half moon is going from nipple to nipple. Eagle sits adorned in between crest. With him are two other soldiers who are adorned similarly, but more in fine leather and chainmail. A second. Back up and running. Do I still have everybody here?
No.
All right. Apologies about that. Seems Discord just ended itself on
It's
me
okay.
real quick there. But where was I?
The guy in plate walked in, and there were two men with him in fine leathers.
Yes. He begins scanning the inn, which is filled with more of the cloaked individuals like yourselves, and a few other adventurers now. As it has become later in the day, more and more people have kind of crowded and packed in to this tavern. And as these gentlemen begin walking more and more into the inn, people begin to notice as they are very finely dressed with a long, billowing navy blue cloak on each one of them that is draped both shoulders. The main individual clears his throat loudly to gather the attention of everybody there.
Ara looks up at him and is like, oh. Notices how shiny and pretty his armor is, and she just stares.
I think Ephi does the same.
As you examine the man, you see that he is an elf with long pointed ears and golden hair that drapes down the back and then comes over his right shoulder, blocking some of the metal. On his hip is a very elegant sword with a jewel in the pommel and golden hilt. As well as the guards with him are in very fine quality equipment. It all seems in good repair and almost like there isn't a scratch on anything. He steps up. Lords and lasses of the Broken Tankard, I am here by request of the Sovereign. See if anyone be willing to submit themselves to a test. Test of strength, test of merit, a test of companionship. All are invited to take this test, but not all will be chosen. This is something that intrigues you. Swing by the guardhouse, the western portion of the city. Come noon tomorrow.
Vazzak was halfway standing up, ready to go, but then he sat back down when he said tomorrow.
Are all of them elves?
No, there is one elf, one tiefling, who, like Ephi, has a much more pale complexion, almost human-like, and third being a human. All three of them have a look of seriousness on their face, and you can tell that this is no joking matter, and that the offer is legitimate. And as the elf turns to leave, the two guards that flank him hit their spears on the ground and turn on heel to follow him out the door.
I look over towards Raki, and there's just this shit-eating grin on my face.
I will go to this tomorrow to take this test.
I just say to the air.
I'm gonna beat you into the ground, and then you will be miserable.
You are welcome to try. Perhaps result will be the same, and you will lose again.
Perhaps maybe I'll be standing over you, victorious.
Either way will be grand competition.
I look down to my hand and I spit in it and I hold it out towards him, like gesturing with it for him to do the same.
I spit in my hand and I reach out and we grasp.
I squeeze his hand kind of hard.
I squeeze back.
All right,
Keep-
Trying to squeeze
harder.
harder. All right.
Why don't you both give me a strength check?
So not saving throw, just click. So
Yep.
we just click on
All
strength.
on strength.
Okay.
What?
Just where the number is, where it says strength and your score is under it, the top left. Oh,
Oh,
oh!
You both are giving it your all to squeeze each other's hands. But Claire, you begin to notice that Vazzak is just that much stronger than you, as you can feel your hand beginning to get crushed in his massive paw.
I grunts and just hand quivers with just the pure strength of just trying to keep it upright.
You are very strong, but not
Drum
as strong.
too. Oh,
Ah,
just let go, like and pull back.
very strong indeed.
Aldrich, watching this again, another micro competition between two of these giants, kind of looks at Ephi and kind of gives her another eye of like, let's step over here real quick, lass.
she's just like grinning and like kind of shuffles the way he's wanting her to shuffle, even though she's finding it very amusing.
He looks up at her. Lass, I don't know what it is about you finding people that are the most ridiculous people. Do any of these people know each other? Or
She's just like laughing and like stifling like these laughs, trying to say like normal words. I don't know. I don't know. She's just like giggling through words.
At last, you certainly know how to attract a crowd of interesting people to yourself.
I I look at it as a gift.
Aye, it might be a gift. It also might be a bloody curse. What do you think about this thing tomorrow? Sovereign are asking. Be a good way to get a wee bit closer.
I
So
mean, I don't know how good I'd be in a test like that or whatever. But I mean, if it gets us closer to some of them, and maybe within some of the walls of, I don't know, wherever, I think I might sign up.
I think that's not that idea.
Are you going to sign up?
Aye.
She gives like a funny little grin, like she doesn't believe it.
Aye, lass, you know, I'd probably be better spending my time figuring out more information for us.
Yeah, that's right. You are getting kind of up there. Yeah.
Kind of looks at her disgruntled. Aye, lass, you can't be just saying that now. It's not fair. You know your father would be very proud to see where I've gotten to.
And he'd also laugh at me for saying what I said. He
Aye.
always did laugh when when I would talk back to you, so I think he would approve.
Well, all right, lass. All right. Well, listen. Just keep closing up to them. Tell them all of their rooms are on me tonight. I'll take care of it. In the morning, you make your way over there with them. And, keep an eye on that turtle. You see the gems on her back? Those are probably worth a lot of money.
Yes, I saw that. And I wish I wouldn't have said anything, because now I think she's like gonna keep an eye on him.
I just,
Mm.
just,
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
sweet talk her a little bit.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I'll keep an eye on her. She makes me a little uneasy. She watches too much. I don't like when people watch me too much.
And as you look back towards the party sitting at the table, you see Reyqirelle going up and extracting blood from both Claire and Vazzak again from earlier with the competition. Claire a little bit less noticing of it. Vazzak kind of holding out his arm and letting the blood be drawn normally. And Baldric bids you adieu for the night and makes his way towards the barkeep and begins putting down money for the rooms and points each one of the people that he is buying a room for.
I think Ephi, not as skippily as before, but she'll just like very casually just mosey back on over to the bar where everyone is sitting. And she'll reach the bar and she'll just put one of her elbows on it really nonchalantly, leaning, not really sitting on a stool or anything. So do any of you have arrangements for the night?
Not yet. Was going to look for a room after done drinking and talking. So.
Excellent. That's what I wanted to hear. Your rooms are taken care of. My little dark-haired friend, he is going to put you guys up for the night in some lovely rooms, and then maybe we can all, drink a bit and get to know each other, and maybe go do some competing tomorrow.
It is a very generous offer, and I will be there to compete tomorrow. I thank you very much.
Oh, don't thank. Well, I mean, I guess you could thank me, but it was the short one. He's getting kind of old, so I think he's gonna retire for the night.
Does he works for you? Is like your butler?
Yeah, we can go with that. We can go with that. Yeah. Yeah, he works for me. She just like sits there with a very, very pleasant look on her face. Like, yeah.
Oh, well, we must have another drink, a slow drink, not competition. To cheers for generosity.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. She like looks around for the barkeep again, tempted to stand on the stool, but not quite having the energy to do so.
The barkeep or the barmaid notices you and walks over. Yes, what can I get for you?
Another round, please. Just one for now.
Right away. And she runs to the back to grab more tankards of ale.
So, who's sleeping where?
I assume we could just talk to one of the barmaidens here and tell them that Baldric paid for our rooms and we'll get like a key, I suppose. I'm not sure.
Right, yes. Just, I like to know who I'm sleeping next to. That way, if they scream out in the night, I can feel comforted knowing their terror. I mean,
I think you're gonna have your own room. You'll be able to sprawl and won't wake up to screaming.
I'm
Which
excited.
room has the silk pillows, Turtle?
What about pillows?
Which room has the silk pillows, Turtle?
I don't think any room in this place loves silk pillows.
As you look around, Reyqirelle, you notice that you're not in like a fancy tavern. It is a well-kept place, but nothing to the likes of which your family would have taken to you in the past. In fact, These are the kind of places your family would have told you to avoid. Even though it's a modest place, it is not to the standard at which you have always grown up around.
Okay, so she looks around again, kind of turns up her nose a little bit, and kind of just resigns herself to the fate of the night. At least I want the cleanest one, Twirtle.
I think clean we can do. Yeah.
Very well. And so, each one of you begins to make your way to your rooms. How do you want to break it up? You have 3 rooms. Presumably, one for the 2 Goliath and the Turtle, one for yourself, Ephi, and then one for the Centaur. You can mix and match them however you wish, and you can reduce the number of rooms you like.
I think Ephi would insist she had her own room, and if she didn't, she'd pay for her own.
Same, but I think Reyqirelle is she is intrigued at she doesn't mind spending time with the Goliath because he's won all of the battles tonight, I guess. So she's wanting to do more research on the down low.
So Claire learns that Reki wants to spend time with the Goliath, and she like pulls her to the side. Listen, you can have my room if you'd like.
Who does she direct that at?
Wait, isn't Raki the turtle?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, okay.
So she kind of glances at her and sighs because she is conflicted because she wants to study the folks more, but she also wants a nice clean room that she could use to herself. So she sees benefits in both of them.
Think about it. Our own room. Don't have to be near anybody. Own bed.
Okay, thinking back to the conversation that she had with Ephi earlier, she accepts her offer to just take the solo room.
Very well. So, Reyqirelle, you are shown towards your singular room. Same as you, Ephi. And then, Vazzak, you've already made it into your room. And you hear the door open, expecting to see a turtle following behind you, that are greeted by Claire.
Now, I imagine also this room is, first of all, not made for a Goliath to sleep in, size-wise.
Correct.
Let alone a Goliath and a giant centaur as well.
Correct. It has 2 beds, both of them shorter than you would hope for. And it's not massive in nature, but it has now gotten even smaller with the 2 of you in there. And you're pretty close to one another.
I probably she got up there quickly. I was staring at the room, but I had gone over and grabbed the robe and my glaive, which is even taller than I am, and a bag I was carrying that would be has the offerings that I'm gonna bring up there. And so I think I probably threw the offerings on the bed, and I'm still holding a glaive when I opened the door. Claire, can I help you?
I kind of shuffle in, kicking up the residual dirt on the floorboards with my hooves, and just stare down at the ground. I'm sleeping here tonight. I mutter.
I do not believe beds are big enough for either of us.
Should have just slept in the stable like I normally do.
We can put mattress on floor. He can sleep on this.
No, I want to sleep on the floor. I want to feel how cold and hard and empty the wood is against me.
Okay, it will be very easy then. Can sleep on the floor.
Yeah.
I also prefer to sleep on hard surfaces, more like I'm used to when grow up. Is something about sleeping on the soft, squishy mattress that makes it difficult for me to go to sleep.
I prefer just stone, hard floors myself. Pleasant memories.
Ah, these were the floors you slept on when you were in the past.
Yeah, in the past, definitely. Maybe one day in the future.
I am from up in the mountains, in the foothills, bottom of the famines, big mountains to the north. I used to lay on rocks.
I'd shuffle further into the room awkwardly and just plop down on the floor with just a big, heavy thump. Okay, well, yeah.
I like lean my glaive up against the wall and I just sit down on the floor. I don't have much in possessions. I have a bag to carry some equipment and stuff, but that's basically it. So I'm just kind of sitting there feeling awkward, like I have to talk to her because we're sharing the room before we go to sleep.
I'm just sort of just sitting there on the floor, and I just sort of like, cross my arms over my chest and like, put my head down. And I just pretend like I'm sleeping. I just want this moment to end. Just
As soon as I feel like she's asleep, I just lay down. I leave all of my armor on. All my big furs on. Definitely leave my gloves on, and I just kind of like lean myself up against the wall and try to go to sleep.
when I feel like, he's probably fallen asleep, I just want to like rise up on my hooves and like kind of shuffle by him quietly and just want to stare at him.
All right. Anybody else doing anything in the midst of the night?
Well, hold on a second. Now, even though I am sleeping, if a 7'4" centaur starts sneakily making its way across the room, is there any chance that I am awoken by this?
Go ahead and give me a perception check at disadvantage.
All right. A disadvantage, okay. Oh, I'm sound asleep.
Do not notice the centaur nuzzling up next to you.
Oh, a disadvantage.
I'm just standing over him and just slowly like bring my body closer so I can listen to his breath and just glower at him.
It's deep, deep mountain
really,
breaths.
Yep.
I mean, you'll see. I'll send Health Bar the picture of what like the lines on my face look like at least, so she can get a sense. But I refuse to show that overly handsome man that I used. Hold on.
Very well.
He doesn't look like this, Health Bar. It's just to show you what the lines look like. He's much more gaunt and long-faced. There you go.
Okay.
So, Ephi, Reyqirelle, are you either of you doing anything as the night on?
Reyqirelle's just testing her samples and doing research and taking notes and stuff before she goes to bed.
I think Ephi drank enough to where she was probably just gonna pass out, probably didn't even get under any covers, probably didn't even take her put sleep clothes on or anything. she probably just like flopped and just passed out.
Very well. Then what we're going to do, we're going to take a 5-minute break. Go get yourself into something to drink, use the restroom, and we will kick it back off. Beginning of the next day.
Excellent.
Wonderful.
All right. Do we have everybody back?
I am
I-
here.
I am also here.
Yuki, health bar.
Yes.
Still waiting on Yuki.
Yeah. This is great. I just want to say. I'm having a fucking
Yeah.
blast.
Yeah, Trent just DMing me. He's like, I'm so
Sorry,
glad
I
we
just
did
got
this.
back.
Like, same.
Glad that you're all enjoying it. This is only the beginning.
We have not even done any damage yet. It'll be great.
It's only episode 1 and I can't.
Yeah, I just like where this is going. Like, yeah, there's a lot of
Mhm.
treasure at this holy site. Like, oh my god. Perfect. Yuki, you said you're back?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, cool.
All right, perfect. Let us get back into. So, as dawn rises, each one of you begins to stir from your sleeping positions. Ephi getting up and stretching yourself out in your nice solo room. Reyqirelle checking up on your tests that you were conducting last night to see how far along they've progressed. And Vazzak, as you begin to stir, you notice that Claire has gotten uncomfortably close to you.
I kind of just look for a second and just. I don't even know what to think. I just stand up and I grab my bag and my glaive and I head downstairs.
Just
I think-
silently rise and I follow.
I think as I
down.
was leaving, I would say, Claire, I am going downstairs.
I still say nothing and I just follow a couple steps behind.
So the whole party begins to filter their way downstairs into the main seating area. And different barmaid approaches and sits down. What can I do for you this morning?
What do you have to eat for breakfast?
Well, we have some fresh made biscuits made by innkeeper himself, as well as a few rashers of bacon and sausage, and of course eggs.
I've got a question about the bacon.
Sure.
Is it cruelty free?
I beg your pardon?
Was the animal treated cruelly in its life and death?
Let me go find out for you. Be right back. She kind of steps slowly back from the table and turns around, and you can kind of see her tilt her head to the side. And as she walks away, she kind of raises a hand to her chin, starts to just ponder the thought as she walks into the back.
Was I with Claire and Vazzak?
No, you had your own room.
Oh yeah, that's right. Okay. I didn't think so. I was an ATM, sorry. Okay.
We're all downstairs though together now, right? Or is it just?
Yes. All of
Okay.
you have made
Oh,
your way
okay.
downstairs.
Yeah. Okay. That's what I was wondering.
Yeah. If how can you have bacon without being cruel to the pig?
It's really disappointing when they're not cruel to it. You can't taste this extra spice.
I just kind of stare at her.
Reyqirelle keeps scooting. She started scooting her little stool away from the group. Isn't eating? I mean, it's barbaric, Turtle. Why would you want to eat bacon, Turtle?
I've got a list. I say as I like reach around in one of my side saddles and like
Ephi
I pull
smiles.
out a piece of paper. It's folded. Top reasons why meat tastes better when it's raised with cruelty. Number one, because it tastes better. And then I fold the piece of paper up and I tuck it away.
It is a very good reason.
Ephi kind of frowns, like kind of disappointed.
As this is going on, the barmaid comes back. I just asked the innkeeper. Says that all of meats that we get are raised cruelty-free.
I grunt and I just look at her and sigh heavily. Give me the biscuits. If you can scream into them a little, I'd appreciate it.
Kind of tilts her head to the side, looking puzzled. And what about the rest of you?
I will have biscuits and bacon.
Yeah, make that too.
Do you have orange juice, Turtle?
I can go find out.
Please, sparkling with as clean a glass as you could find me, Turtle.
She looks... Her head is now tilted almost all the way to the side. Very perplexed by the dynamic of the group that she has in front of her. Anyway, I'll be right back with the biscuits and bacon for 3 of you, and then see about the sparkling orange juice. And she once again makes her way to the back of the inn.
If you think about it, it does not matter what you eat. Because once you have it, it is gone. And then what was the point?
I often think that about life. Claire looks over at Evie. So, do you sleep well?
Yeah, I think I did. Yeah. I mean, I would have slept a little better if I would have took my belt off, but I was just so tired. How did you sleep? Were the rooms accommodating?
Very small. But otherwise, it was all right. You know, just 2 strangers sleeping in a room together. What nothing weird happened last night at all.
But there was like 2 beds for you though, right?
They were small.
I slept on the floor, you know. It was very uncomfortable.
I also slept on the floor, but it was fine. I did have strange dream of being home in high up on mountain, the wind in face, but was strange. Instead of being cold, the wind was very warm on face.
Claire just looks away.
But what is point of dream anyway?
Well,
Silly, you know.
Sometimes they tell you things. So I mean, that's pretty interesting.
This is true. I sometimes do hear important things in dream.
Mm-hmm. Or sometimes you remember things that you didn't remember before, but then all of a sudden you dream about it and then you remember.
I sometimes have dreams about things you do not wish to remember.
I think Ephi just, her like brow furrows a little bit, like, oh, like, right. So what time are we supposed to sign up for that thing today?
Vazzak perks up again a little bit at the thought of the contest,
Noon is what he said, didn't he?
No, I don't remember. I was only half listening.
It's the guardhouse with the western part of town around noon.
Okay. Do we know what time it is? Is there? Is there a clock anywhere on the wall that she can see? See what time it is? Or like, can she like see the position of the sun?
So what you can tell from the light entering into the inn from the outside is that it's just cresting over the building, so it's quite bright as it shines into the front of the building. Not
So
like
I don't have too long.
no, you still have quite a bit of time before then,
Oh.
as it shines directly into the building, not quite over the top.
Okay.
So it's more direct, and you can see the
Right.
rays of
Okay.
light coming in the window instead of it just being more ambient light.
Okay. So we have quite a few hours till that. w-
Have you been to the city before?
No. This is my first time being in Sanctuary.
What of the other? This is Reyqirelle's first time, yes?
Yes. Twiddle.
In Claire.
Yeah, it's my first time.
Is there anything you are looking for here while we are in Sanctuary?
Me, no. I've already been bitterly disappointed. I have nothing
Mhm,
keeping me
mhm.
here, but, there's competition.
Yeah, a man lied to her. It's pretty sad.
A man lied to you.
Yeah, he did. You know that great big hole over in the rusted moors? It was great deep, but no one's ever been to the bottom.
Oh,
But this-
the frosty snow hole.
Yeah, the snow hole. You know about
Yes,
it.
I
Oh,
have not been there, but I have traveled around and have heard of this.
I want nothing
Yes.
more than to stand on the rim of that great big ice hole and just, vibe. Anyway, this man said that this man had, gotten to the bottom, but he didn't. He lied. So that.
How do you know he lied?
Well, I questioned him about it, and it was very
Oh.
obvious.
What do you think is at the bottom of this hole?
I don't know. Guess it's the mystery of it, isn't it? Maybe there's a great treasure, and maybe it's just mole hole, just endless. You jump down, you just be falling through eternity surrounded in pure black. Oh, isn't that a nice thought?
It's a big hole. Maybe it was made by giants, and they hid a giant treasure at the bottom, thinking that no one would ever be crazy enough to go down there.
Think about it. She inclines her head towards Ephi. You could get rich, couldn't you? Famous even.
Well, if there's anything down there to find, I mean, maybe. Well, I mean, even the information of what's down there, since no one has that information, maybe that information can. She starts to, like, drift off into like a daydream, like a very whimsical smile on her face, like envisioning great things.
As you continue on at the conversation at the table, barmaid comes out and she begins passing out the food, the biscuits to Claire, the bacon and biscuits to both Ephi and Vazzak, and Reyqirelle. She comes over to you and says, I'm sorry, lass. We don't have anything sparkling orange juice. We do, however, have cranberries that have been squeezed.
Oh, Turtle. I like cranberries, Turtle.
All right.
Thank
We'll
you.
get you some cranberry juice. And what to drink for the rest of you.
I don't want anything. I want it to be dry and awful.
Water is fine.
Yeah, I'll take some. Yeah, I'll take some water as well, and a glass of wine.
Very well. I shall return with drinks for each and every one of you. And she walks back towards the back of the inn to go and prep and grab all of these different drinks.
Reyqirelle, have you finished testing blood?
Yes.
Whose blood is bigger? Is it mine? I bet it's mine.
I won both contests. My blood is clearly bigger.
Well, interestingly enough, Turtle, the Centaur's blood is bigger, quote unquote,
Yeah.
but it's less efficient. So, Turtle, that might be why you lost, Turtle.
But it's bigger though, right?
Yeah, it's bigger, Turtle.
I pump my fist in the air and just.
My blood will be bigger next time. I will train.
See about that.
As that finishes up, the barmaid scurries over and passes out all the different drinks to everyone. And will that be all for now?
Move along.
Ephi nods her head, yeah.
Very well. And she begins making her way around the rest of the inn. There's a few more people begin filtering downstairs, as well as some people coming in to start their day. Ephi, you notice Baldric entering in to the tavern. Spotting you, he raises an arm and begins to walk over to you.
Yeah, her mouth is like full of food, so she like raises a hand to like signal him. Like she has a fork in her hand, just like not very ladylike when she eats by any means. Just like signaling a oh hi type of thing.
I still see you're as much as a pig as you were before, Ephi. Good to see that you still got that appetite of yours. And how about the rest of you? How are you all doing today?
Miserable. I glare at him, wondering why he's so dang pleased with himself.
I have awoken in the morning. The day is fine.
I'm okay, Turtle. She's just like faced away from the table, looking at everyone else in the area, taking sketches and notes and stuff.
Hey, that's good. That's good. And he kind of once again looks at Claire and gives her that forced smile. So, Ephi, I am going to be swamped with work today.
Mm.
And
Excuse me? You're not going to. Excuse
No.
me.
yes, lass.
What do you? She swallows her food. What do you mean you're gonna be busy with work?
I'm going to be busy with work. He gives you a smile.
She kind of gives him like a squinty look, like trying to fish around for some sort of look of if there's any like hidden meaning to his words, or if he's actually just going to work.
Go ahead and give me an
Insight check. Where is that? Insight. Do I just click on it?
Yep.
Damn.
As you look at him, you can kind of, after knowing him for so long, you can kind of see in his eyes that it's more to do with the mansion heist, as as he kind of gives you that look. You can kind of see in his eyes that when he says work, he means you're in his business.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. She accepts it.
Sorry, lads. I'd love to go see you compete in whatever this might be. Don't quite really know what's going on. Haven't really heard much about it, but I suppose you'll find out today.
Yeah, I suppose we will. She takes a massive bite of her fucking biscuit and like a swig of wine with it. She just goes back to town eating.
Aye, but you don't want to fill yourself up too much with it. And he reaches over and grabs the glass of wine and finishes it off for you and sets it down, gives you a loving pat on the back. Well, I must be off. Very terribly busy today. You all take care of yourselves and best of luck to each and one of you.
Scowls. Yeah, go to work.
Should we, when we finish, move along as well? We can walk around. You can see the city if you have not seen it before.
Have you been here before, Vazzak?
I have been here 2 times before, for to go to the Hill of Saints to make offering.
Oh, right. So I think you've been here more than anyone, so you are a tour guide. Mm-hmm.
Wonderful.
It's a big sigh, and then did we all finish eating?
I think Ephi did. She inhales it like total pig.
Claire just choked down her dry biscuit, coughing as she stood. Yes, good.
Reyqirelle, are you ready to move along? Take that
Yeah.
with the yes. Yes. Then I'll just
Sorry,
stand
I got
up.
distracted by all the people turtle.
I'll just stand up and grab my bag and my glaive and head out of the bar.
All right. So the party begins to collect up all of their things and head towards outside and begins to adventure out into the city of Sanctuary. First thing you notice as you head outside is that it is a very bustling city, very packed, crowded. From what you know of Sanctuary, it is a refugee city. So you have people from all walks of life that have come here, established shops and homes and vendors. The smells and sights of the city are quite grand. Unlike any other place in the world, smell of the different types of food that all of these different cultures and races have brought as you walk down the streets. The vendors hailing out to people, offering foods and wares and services, always trying to draw everybody's attention to what is going on. And as you keep making your way, it continues on like this. It's very dimly lit down these alleys that you are walking and these streets because the buildings are so tightly packed together. And it's hard to tell really how high up in the sky the sun is. No, it's not quite noon yet. The sun isn't directly above you, but it's hard to tell exactly where the sun is. And if you hadn't been to Sanctuary before, it would be very difficult to find your way around, as it is quite the streets are very windy and kind of all over the place. Nobody really laid it out like a proper city. Seems kind of thrown together. But as you make your way from the Broken Tankard, which is near the southern gate of Sanctuary, you begin seeing more grand buildings in the distance. You can see their peaks and towers raising above the rest of the buildings. Vazzak, as you know, this is the Elven district you're heading towards, where the elves have set up almost a cultural hub for their people to gather and visit. A way to connect with their home that they have lost or that they have left. So they still have a piece of home with them wherever they go.
And this is where many elves live. Elven district of Sanctuary. That is all I will. What is that?
We have to linger here. It's just really, dirty.
I'd look around.
Gestures around at the.
I mean,
beautiful
I'd imagine,
landscape.
it was not very dirty or actual dirty, right?
No, as you get
Yeah.
closer and closer to the Elven District, the streets are a little bit wider open. Buildings are spaced more pristinely, and streets open up a little bit. The street itself, instead of the broken cobblestone, it is more paved stone that has taken over reading, and it's much more well lit, brighter. You can tell by the colors and painting on the buildings that more care has been put and more detail has been put into the buildings. And you start to see the rest of the races, like the tieflings, the orcs, the elves, or the humans. All of them start to kind of dwindle away in number. There's still some walking around, but you're starting to notice a lot more elves, half-elves, Galadrin, that are filling the streets. And as you look at the shops and vendors, tell that the quality has risen and that they hold themselves to a higher standard. They're finely dressed instead of just the ragtag wear. They aren't falling in the streets and yelling. They're waving and greeting you as you pass by, attempting to invite you into their stores or to step up to their stalls, but none so grandiose or in your face as echo waves.
You do not like this place, Claire.
It just makes me uncomfortable, that's all. If there's any elves around, I kind of give them like a really distrusting look, side glance.
What would be the next district over?
So there are 5 districts in the city, as well as just the humans. Don't really have a established district. They kind of just intermingle with the rest. So next to the Elven district would be the tieflings.
Then I guess when Claire seemed to be bothered, I would start walking in that direction.
Reyqirelle's literally just this entire time been clinging to Vazzak's, like just clinging to him because everything around her is so foreign and she's nervous, so she's just been quietly observing and staying hidden as much as possible.
As you walk by, there are many who will stare.
Ephi has been
just having been here before, just being a Goliath and a bit more uncommon, just used to people just watching as you walk by.
Your party would gain a lot of attention from people.
Yeah.
Spread between giant Goliath and Centaur, the Tiefling, which is the most common out of all of you, and then the Turtle. It's quite the odd group of humanoids walking through the city, but nobody's really making a scene of it or anything. But you notice that people are looking up and kind of watching you as you go by, and then getting back to their business with other passerbys.
I think the entire time that we're going through, specifically the Elven district, Ephi is like doing like major like window shopping type stuff. Like she like walks a little closer to every stall to see what everything has. She walks a little closer to every shop to see what she can see. Just like looking at everything, since this is where the finer things are.
So to the rest of the party, Ephi, kind of with her hands behind her back, holding them together, is walking almost on the tips of her toes, up to each one of these stalls and kind of looking around and engaging with a few of the vendors as she goes by. Really not paying attention to them, but kind of looking over the wares and seeing what things might be a little bit easier to fetch.
We will move along to Tiefling district.
As you continue on in that direction, Vazzak, you begin to recall to them about the other districts, the Drow, Dwarven, and Orcish district.
Drow?
Yes, is one of the district here is Drow, Orc, Dwarf.
We go there. She looks very excited.
Vazzak, from your knowledge, the Drow are the most ostracized of everyone else. They seem to keep to themselves mostly. Not a lot of people venture deep into the Drow district, but you definitely see some Drow walking around, usually cloaked and hooded during the day hours, but their district comes alive at night. That's when you see a lot of them out and hustle and bustle. Usually very quiet around this time of day.
Now, how long would you say at this point? Because I would be very aware of wanting to get to the guardhouse for the test on time, probably early, so we make sure we take part in it.
You have about an hour and a half to an hour left before you get
Okay.
there.
Yeah, so I guess I'd say, yeah, we could go to Drow district, would not be able to stay very long after walking there and to walk back to get to guardhouse. But if really want to see, it's better to go at night. The Drow a lot more busy in nighttime. Yes.
Oh yeah, no, you got to find her. Right. Sorry. Maybe tonight then. She looks like she just scuffs her hooves kind of sadly.
And we can look at Tiefling district if is interesting to some.
I don't think Ephi's even paying attention to anything that the party is doing. She is way too shiny.
If you want to stop to look at any place you see, store, just say, and we will stop. Otherwise, we keep walking.
Are there any bookstores in this district?
You'd notice a few different scroll vendors and shops that contain books. Anything more solid and in-depth would be more or deeper into the Elvish district or any of the districts in that regard, as each one has their own library, which Vazzak recounts to you about the wealth of knowledge that each one of these diverse cultures has.
I would have definitely spent some time in most of these libraries at some point in my visits here, looking at things.
Absolutely.
So I would say, if you wish to find books for research, yes,
Yes, Turtle.
there are many libraries here can visit as well this week.
Oh, I'd like to go, Turtle.
Yes, but another day. We must go for test today.
Oh,
If test is short, we can do after. Or can do alone. It does not matter.
As you continue along, making your way westward through the city, Vazzak, you would know exactly which guardhouse he was talking about. You begin to approach, and it is a solid stone structure amongst mostly wooden buildings. Because you have now left the Elven district and once again entered into one of the more melting pot areas. And outside, you can see different sergeants of the guard getting their guardsmen in order for the day and dispatching them to different parts of the town in the districts that they're supposed to cover. And as you begin approaching the front doors, these grand wooden doors, you see a small gathering of people waiting outside, ranging from all different races. You see several tieflings, very many orcs, some humans, and even a few drow have made their way there.
I'm gonna like, I noticed like the cloaked figures, and I'm like, are those drow? I kind of point over towards them.
Yeah, they do like to wear the cloaks. Could be.
Excuse me a second. And slowly shuffle my hooves towards them. I'm approaching them kind of in like crouch, kind of like I'm trying to sneak up on them with my head lowered. And then when I get close enough to them, I just stand there and I just bask in their presence. I don't say anything at all. I just wait for them to notice me.
As the party begins to approach, once again, you kind of draw some attention due to your diverse group. Even the drow take notice. And as you can tell, there are 3 females and 1 male. And as you begin to get closer, the one male approaches you and is like, Stop. Don't get any closer now. That's far enough.
Does
Can
he
I help
touch
you?
me?
No, he puts his hand up towards you. Doesn't actually touch you.
I just sort of, I stand there and I squirm and I try to meet his eyes, but I can't. I just like look right back down. I'm like, that's all I say.
What? Are you some sort of fan, madam? Are you... Listen, you cannot approach the 3 sisters any closer. They are very, very focused on these tests today.
3 sisters?
Yes, the 3 sisters. You do know
Are we
of the 3 sisters, don't you?
Are we speaking in common?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. No, I don't know them. Are they important?
Quite important.
Like royalty?
Yes, you say they're like royalty.
Are they matrons?
No, they are no grand matrons, but they are grand warriors among the drow.
Oh, what are they doing up here?
They're earning glory and honor for Mother Matron.
My eyes light up. Is there? Can I help at all? You know?
No, they're not looking for any help. They...
Do anything, please. I grab at his hand and like try to hold it as I plead with him.
And he kind of withdraws his hand, backing up a step or 2 from you. Oh, stop! Don't grab onto me now. Listen. Watch the 3 sisters in action. Hey, tests and trials.
I'm going to compete against them.
I don't know. Nobody knows. They've been really quiet about what these tests entail. My name,
Well,
Hailton Reyqirelle, and I am what you might call their herald.
you gave me your name. I shall treasure it, Cailton.
That for all of you, so you can add it. Sorry. So, as the rest of you begin to catch up with Claire, who kind of fed her way up to this group. You kind of notice the gathering as it gets closer to the noon hour. And you can see Claire is ever so excited to be near these drow. The three sisters seem to be paying no heed anymore outside of the original glance they gave your party, and have went back again to talking amongst themselves.
Everybody, this is Coyoten. He's a drow, a herald.
Ephi just like nods and says, "Oh, hi." Doesn't
Pleasure.
introduce herself.
Oh, Pentar, these your... Well, actually, madams, is the large one with you your servant or something?
Mm.
As he looks at Vazzak.
Okay.
Kind of raise an eyebrow.
I shift
Yeah.
uncomfortably.
We are here to compete in this test. Are you competing? Do you think you can beat us?
He kind of gives out a soft portal. Well, I believe the sisters can beat anyone who arrived here. Especially
they're-
since they are well known. And I don't believe I've heard of any single one of you.
Yeah, these three sisters, they are strong.
Strongest and the wisest.
At that, Reyqirelle kind of perks up at the mention of them being the wisest.
I start trying to I just like looking at them to try to. Are they all wearing robes too, or
Yes, they are
Yeah.
heavily cloaked and robed.
it's hard to size? You can't really size them up then.
Yeah.
Yes, I am glad to hear there will be a good competition. We look forward to defeating them.
Kind of smiles. Yes, they do love a good sport. Now, if you excuse me, I must tend to their needs. Hilton begins to slowly step away and return to the ladies.
They sound very strong, these sisters. Have you heard of them?
Yeah, just now, they're incredible.
Have you talked to them?
No, but, you know, that man there, Coyoten, he said that they're really good.
Well, let us hope so. They might provide a better competition for us in whatever it is we are doing.
Claire nods her head and walks away from the drow, just every so often glancing behind at them.
So, as you have now made your way up to the guards' keep here, you can see the same elf exit the building, flanked by several guards this time, not just... it's almost a whole squadron of guards that have joined him. And he begins to look out across the crowd. Thank you all for coming. Some of you may know I'm Captain Yeldathos, City Guard of Sanctuary. On the behest of Sovereign, they've asked for those seeking to prove themselves. Come, present themselves. One of you will be brought in, given a task. Task may be different, but nonetheless, Sovereign will get the answers. Now, if you please, all filter on inside, we can begin the process. And you begin to see those crowds and groups of people walk in together. Seeing a large group of orcs, maybe 6 of them, all adorned in their leather garb, really exposing themselves, begin making their way in, as well as the sisters and multiple other small groups here and there, and making their way in. Well, follow inside. Captain Yelithos begins handing out writs, groups, and finally comes to your group.
Really quick.
Yep.
This building that they just went into, what does it look like?
So, it's a pretty standard, almost like a small stone keep. 4 small towers on each corner of it. As you enter into the front area, you see like an entry desk, and a lot of guards shuffling about through different rooms. And you can see them going upstairs and coming back down.
Okay.
It definitely stands out in this part of the town, and there's a clearance around it. There's space. Unlike in the other district, and where you were at the Broken Tankard, there is a bit of distance between this building and the rest of the buildings that are all kind of stacked on top of each other.
Okay.
Captain Yelithos approaches you. I dare say, you have to be a diverse group. Ever seen? Not very often you see Lithe, Centaur, Portal, Tiefling, Companions. Nevertheless, we thank you for showing yourself, and Sovereign, thank you. Today, you'll be receiving a test of strength, as well as a test of camaraderie. Going to see how well you work together. If you perform admirably, maybe hearing Sovereign correctly. And as he finishes saying that, a group of guards joins you. These men are going to show you the arena. Will be tested.
We are ready for the test.
Kind of more and more, Vazzak is like, I wouldn't say giddy, but definitely seems a little more lively.
Rest of the party?
For the first time in quite a while, Claire doesn't look as miserable as she did. In fact, she looks very, very alert and excited. Bring it on. I'll defeat them all.
Reyqirelle is visibly nervous. She is not used to being around this many people in one place. And she's just hyper vigilant and nervous, and her eyes are like darting all over the place.
Ephi, I think, probably looks kind of nervous, but not like incredibly so. But she's definitely very, very alert and observant. She's like looking at everything, taking note of everything and all the details and the guards and what they're guarding and where they're at, and taking mental notes.
So, the guards begin to usher you through town again as you begin to head more central. And the closer and closer you get, Vazzak, you know that you're heading towards the council chambers. There's a grand keep where the sovereign gather and where tournaments happen.
This is a place of many tournament, many competition for in front of sovereign.
You get closer and closer, you notice a grand, large stone walls that tower over the buildings around it. Guards decked out in crimson armor. And at every post, there are 6 guards. One of each race to represent one of each sovereign. And as you enter in, the guards put a hand to their chest and a hand on their spears as you pass by them, a form of salute. Once you pass by, they lower their hands again and then go about their business again. And slowly, you're shown this stone arena. As you look around, there's a gathering of warriors. High stands that are watching over you. As you noticed, Vazzak, recognize some of the sovereign. Which there are 4 of them. Human, an orc, an elf, 1 dwarf. Human named Egrod Singlehand. Orc of the name Dugvak the Enormous. The elf, only known as Yanpator. And the dwarf, Reyqirelle. They sit atop these grand stands, watching.
Ha ha ha.
In front of you, as you enter into the arena, mighty bugbear and a spider chain attached to it, one of its mandibles. And as you're presented in front of everybody, see the gathering of warriors of different races and clans.
Hello?
So, as you begin to notice everything and take in all the sights, the bugbear seems to be waiting patiently. An axe in each hand, chained spider. Captain Yelithos steps out in front of you. Today, they'll be facing a test. Great Orc Sovereign, Drow Sovereign, set out for you. Shall be competing against 2 of their great champions. In front of you, you face Gok, the Wretched, Fighter Zog. I do wish you the best of luck. I pray that you make it through this. Not only your sanctity, but the sanctity of the Sovereign. And he begins to exit. I need each one of you to roll initiative for me.
Woo! We're gonna fight.
How do you do that again?
Now, oh, there! Look at you.
I don't think I. Is that right?
Yeah, it's
Me.
terrible.
Give me a second here to get it set up for you.
Where do you?
In your
Above
character
your
sheet?
hit
No.
points. Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Second. Gotta get. And here I am struggling.
Did
to
that
find it.
work?
Yep.
Yep. You
Okay.
have rolled your initiative. I just gotta get the initiative
Okay.
tracker up.
Yeah, it gave me weird pop-ups, so I wanted to make sure that it went through.
Give me 1 second here.
We'd be happy to re-roll our initiative. Oh my god.
No, but how do I actually do the roll?
You click on the initiative, like the text, and it'll roll for you.
Oh,
Oh
okay,
my
I see.
god. What is this?
I'm glad I'm not the only one.
Oh my god. Hopefully that's it. The rest of the rolls go higher than this. It's a grand adventure as we walked across the city before a bugbear destroyed us.
There we go. There we are. Update your initiatives. Oh
This
boy.
is the this is the first time three of us are playing. This is the first time you're going to be in a fight.
Yes.
This is the first time I've ever played D&D.
I know it's going to be good. Can't believe I rolled an 8 and I go first amongst our group.
What are the high rolls for initiative? I don't know what kind of die we normally
It's a
roll
20.
for it.
It's a 27.
Oh, it's 2020.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we were very bad. I know it's hard to tell from the rolls we had that it is a 20-sided die.
Yeah. It is indeed a 20-sided die.
Oh, fun tool, you guys. On the top left, you see the little, like, the cursor thing and all that. If you go to the middle one with the little ruler on it, it lets you measure how far if you click and drag.
Wait, what?
That's so
So on the
cool.
Oh,
top
that's neat.
You see there's a little kind of vertical bar with the cursor and the paintbrush and that.
Uh-huh.
So the fourth one down, the circle with the little ruler in it. If you click on that, it lets you click and drag so you can measure how far you have to move to get somewhere.
All right. So, as combat begins, you see this bugbear that almost comes up to your height, there, Vazzak, across this well-lit battlefield, and this massive spider that he is holding on to. And as it begins, he releases the chain of the spider, and the spider heads up and starts to climb onto this tower about 10 feet up. And he's going to make an attack against Claire.
Oh. Ranged spider.
As
Oh.
As the spider
Huh.
climbs up this tower, it rears back and shoots out a webbing that encases around Claire and holds her in place. And now, spider has finished what it's going to do. The bugbear going to advance 30 feet and begin charging towards you. It's going to be yelling in its own orcish language, try to dissuade you. Vazzak, it is your turn.
All right. Pretty pumped up by this competition. I'm going to move up to engage him. I'm going to come up here. And I'm going to take a swing with my glaive. Just to go at him.
All right. Go ahead and make an attack roll for me. As you begin to raise your glaive and swing towards him, the bugbear, a very agile opponent, sidesteps and uses one of his axes to fleck away the glaive as it swings over his head. You have missed.
But I'm annoyed, so... Oops, I didn't mean that. But I'm casting Spiritual Weapon.
Okay. Casting
The
spiritual
bonus action. I'm going to say my Spiritual Weapon is just like a big honking rock. That's all it is.
Very well. A massive boulder.
Big boulder.
All right.
Yeah, and I'll put that right next to him so when I can attack next turn.
Okay. I don't have a placeholder for that yet, but
That's
I could see
I
it.
should have actually thought of what that would be beforehand, but here we are on the fly.
So, you have summoned your spiritual weapon. And now, Ephi. Your turn.
All right. You gotta talk me through how to do this. I've never. What are my options here?
So, movement. There are 3 phases to a turn. Movement,
Right.
attacking, or action, bonus action.
Okay.
So, for you have a movement speed of 30 feet. Like Trench was saying, if you want to measure out how far you need to move, there is the little mapping tool on the left-hand side of your screen.
It's on the top left, that little circle.
Yeah, it's not doing anything.
Click and drag on the map when you select it. There you go.
Oh, okay.
There you go. So you'll click on yourself,
Mm-hmm.
and I believe if you right-click, it'll make a point while you're doing it. So if you drag and you right-click,
Right,
you
right,
can
okay.
change the direction.
So do you just want to stab them, or what? Or maybe I don't
That's
know.
what I'm saying. I'm seeing what my options are. Yeah, I'm probably just gonna do something like that. So, and then I can go. Oh, how do I go there?
You have to click on the pointer one at the top, and that you can pick up.
Oh,
Your token,
okay. Do I just click and drag her? Okay.
Yeah.
And
That
then
is very nice move.
Then, like to.
I probably.
I assume you would like to attack.
Yeah. No, I want to stand here and dance. I mean, yes, yes. I'm just gonna use my rapier. Just click it.
Yep, you'll use your,
Oh, am I using my sneak attack? Can I do that?
or you can attack, and then you would add on your sneak attack if you hit.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, then I want to do that. I didn't know if that would. Yeah.
That's because we are surrounding him, flanked, right?
Correct.
Okay.
So, as you lunge out again at this creature, this is a champion that the Orc Sovereign has sent for you to face. He sees you going to stab for him and uses the wooden part of his axe, flex upward the rapier in his right hand, and you just narrowly miss him as you thrust forward.
Okay, and then I do my sneak attack. Yeah.
No, that's only if
No?
you hit.
Oh, it's if I
Yeah,
hit. Dang.
Sneak attack is
Okay.
damage on top.
Okay. Ignore that.
All right. Anything for a bonus action?
No, I don't know.
So then, I'll move on to Reyqirelle. Your turn.
Okay, and I should probably move first, right?
Usually the best option to start.
Well, she's pretty nervous and overwhelmed, and she's never had to do this before, so she's gonna back away from the big scary creatures as much as possible.
All right.
Wait, how do I just click me and then click where I want to go?
So you'll click the pointer up in the left-hand corner, and then you will just drag your character whatever space you want to go to.
I'm gonna just like keep her over there, I think.
You're gonna stand behind Claire.
Yeah, just in case, she's big and looks strong and like it could be safe.
Also covered in spider goo.
Covered in spider goo.
The spider goo is just there, right?
It is currently holding her down. You can see that she is struggling to try to move against it.
Okay, then. How am I going to do? I'm gonna. I think this could work if I do the vigilant blessing on her. Yeah. That way I can help her out a bit. Although I don't think she's injured, kind of just a thank you for letting me hide behind you.
So Vigilant Blessing helps your next initiative roll.
Mm.
So that would only come into effect for the next combat.
No, I know. Yeah, no.
Okay.
That much I know. For the next round, I think. But
No, that would be for our next whole fight.
Yes.
oh,
Yeah.
still, a blessing's a blessing, man. It's
All right.
it can happen
As you reach
sooner.
out and touch Claire on her rump, she begins to this energy of moon begins to fill her. Feels as if in the future she might be more prepared to step into combat.
Should I like actually click it so it shows up in the thing?
Yeah.
There you go.
All right. That all there?
Sure.
Moving on to Claire. Right now, you are held down by webs. Like if you tried to break free, attempt to. But right
Of
now,
course.
you cannot move.
I'm gonna struggle against the webbing covering me and just like flexing and pulling my muscles, just trying to brute strength my way out of there.
All right. So go ahead and give me a strength check. And as you begin to struggle and twist and turn, power behind your hooves is enough to tear away from the webbing's grip on the ground, and you have broken free of the webs.
That was my action, right?
That is.
Okay. All right. All right. I'm just gonna like sidestep the web, kind of look at him like, oh, and just slowly kind of back away, some distance away, and just stand there. And then I'm just gonna like kind of get kind of low to the ground and just stare at the bugbear and then glare at the spider, just ready for, just ready myself to do something later. But I'm gonna end my turn with that.
As we move forward, spider going to make its way down from pillar and move up next to Ephi. This large, gargantuan spider rears itself back to strike out at you. Hits. Feel the bite of the spider come down onto your shoulder. Doing a total of 9 damage. While it does that, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw. As you feel the spider bite into you, you can feel venom begin to sink in, but your demonic blood begins to burn it away, and feel as if it did not fully hurt you as much as it take 4 more poison damage. How you would subtract that is if you click on your character, the number in the green is your health. And what you can do is you type in -13, and it'll automatically do that. All right. Now it is the bugbear's turn. Looking at its 2 opponents and seeing that the spider dealing pretty handily with one target is going to focus in on you, Vazzak. He is going to make an attack with one of his axes at you. And as he swings out and tries to lash out at you, you're able to move your glaive up in the way and block his swing with your full steel glaive. Going to snarl at you angrily, noticing that you are maybe more of a difficult of opponent than you originally thought. It is now your turn.
I'm pretty pleased with myself and getting a little excited about this. I'm going to take another swing at him.
All right.
God damn it.
And once again,
Oh my
the
God.
two are swinging back and forth at one another.
Okay. Yeah. Bonus action. I'm going to use the spiritual weapon attack now.
Okay.
The rock is going to swing at him.
Go ahead and roll to hit.
There
All
we
right.
go.
And now roll the damage for me.
Okay. So 11. Oh. That was full 8 plus 3.
Very well. As this spiritual rock, as he dodges out of the way of the glaive, wasn't prepared for this boulder to crash into his side, hitting him along his hide armor, snarls at you in pain, And as you look at him, he seems pretty beleaguered by it, but still on his feet, ready to lash out. Ephi, it is your turn.
Okay, sorry, I'm getting a crash course in D&D combat. um, thank you, Trench. No one has made a hit on any of these guys yet, have they? No.
It just hit the guy that's in.
Oh yeah.
And you do have. Well, she has advantage on the attack against this dude, right? Because we're. I mean, I'll skip it. Because do we have advantage because we're flanking him?
Yes, you will have advantage. That's my fault.
Oh, I forgot to. So I should have hit him the last time.
Correct.
I'm okay if we're skipping it because we missed it, but.
So since I'm already close to him, I don't need to move unless I want to like get away, correct?
Correct. So you can take an action called disengage that allows you to step away from them without provoking an attack of opportunity.
Mm-hmm. Can't I do that after an attack?
An attack takes your action.
If
She has the bonus action.
yeah,
okay,
the
then
cunning
yes.
action. Yeah.
And yes, you can use cunning action.
Okay. So I'm gonna attack first. Yes, I'm gonna stab him. And then, so you said we have an advantage?
Correct. Go ahead and who are you swinging on, the spider or the bugbear?
The bear, since we have a leg up on him. Then am I supposed to add a modifier to it?
Nope. So you'll just roll
No.
it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, boom.
And you hit. Go
Oh.
ahead and click that. The rapier at the bottom. Where it says, right? So you stab for 4 damage. Now go ahead and roll your attack damage.
Sneak attack damage.
Then you'll click the sneak attack. All right.
Oof.
And then can I still use my cunning action to back away?
Can.
Yeah.
So,
Oh.
go ahead and move your character, and I will describe out what happens. As this bugbear is focused on Vazzak, and he has stopped focusing on you. Quickly, you dart in underneath his armor and stab with your rapier and drive it just a little bit farther home due to his unknowingness to your attack. Quickly, before he can even turn around, dash away, removing your rapier, raising it again to point at him. And as you look at him, he seems to be faltering a little bit more, dropping to one knee, still snarling and angry, and ready to lash out at you. Now, Reyqirelle, your turn.
Okay. So, if I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure I have like a distance spell or attack, something like that.
Called Guiding Bolt.
Yes, that's what it is. So, I'm going to pull out my little slingshot, which is what I use, and I don't think I'm gonna move because I'm safe behind the giant centaur and her goo, even though she kind of moved a little bit. But I am going to fire guiding bolt at
Spider or the bugbear?
spider because I hate spiders.
Fair enough. Go ahead and click on Guiding Bolt.
In the center portion, right?
Yep. That will hit. Go ahead and click on Guiding Bolt in the chat there. That'll roll the damage for you. So, as reach into your pouch, pull out this tiny, unassuming looking wooden slingshot. You draw it back, almost with nothing in it, almost like you're about to just dry fire the slingshot. All of a sudden, this radiant ball of energy forms inside of the slingshot, and as you release it, shoots out and strikes the spider in its right side, and it rears its legs and cries out at you, now fading towards you. And now, Claire, is your turn.
All right, having spent, the time while they were all doing their thing, I was just really amping myself up, singing like a good old chant to get me really going. And I charge that bugbear. And as I get near him, I swing my greatsword at him.
Very well.
Oh!
Go ahead and click for damage.
Ooh!
And as this
Oh shit.
centaur rears its hooves and lets out a battle cry that shatters the eardrums of those around her, she charges forward, drawing out her greatsword, and approaches the bugbear, and swinging from low to high, using her back hooves to even lift the front end of her off the ground, cleaves from groin, shoulder, the bugbear in half.
Is it dead?
It crumples to the floor dead.
Yes.
I just roar and I turn to face the spider and I'm like, "You're next." And I'd like to end my turn taunting the spider.
As you did that, the crowd begins to kind of lean forward, and you can see the Sovereign start to focus in more on the party. Or a little bit distracted, as if it was just another combat. But now this great centaur cleaving a bugbear in half. You can see the orcish Sovereign kind of gripping at the edge. Very intrigued by what has just happened. And now it is the spider's turn. And it, not focused on what has happened to the bugbear, is angry at this small turtle that has shot it with radiant light. Going to make its way around, get to her. And it's going to attempt to attack you as well.
Oh no.
But for you, who hasn't ever been in a combat before, are still prepared for something to lash out at you. You've trained in ways combat, but aren't sophisticated in an actual battle yet. All you've done is training and practice, where the opponent wasn't trying to kill you, they were trying to teach you. Here, the spider is trying to play you. And as it approaches and rears up and tries to strike at you, turn your back and use your shell as a shield as its mandibles try to bite down, and your shell is just too thick and too hard for it to pierce through. Now, Vazzak, your turn.
All right. I am going to move here. That's my movement, right? 30 feet.
Yes. Remember, you can move at a diagonal. And
Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to stand here anyway because I have a big glaive and I can be 10 feet away from people. So I'm going to swing at this thing.
all right.
God, I want to hit so desperately. And I think... God damn it.
As you swing at this giant spider as it's latching onto Reyqirelle, put your full reach into it, and it lifts its legs out of the way as your glaive comes crashing down onto the stone and dirt floor beneath you, making a very resounding metal on stone ringing. But unfortunately, you have missed it.
Okay, I'm gonna move my spiritual boulder behind it right here from where it was. It can move 20 feet. And then let me make sure I can attack after I move it. Turn, you can move the weapon up to 20 feet and repeat the attack against the creature. Okay, so spiritual boulder.
As you move this magic boulder with you, once again, you raise it and attempt to slam it down on the spider. It is too alert right now to the radiant energy that it hit it, that it shifts to the side as this boulder comes crashing down. It makes no noise, as it doesn't have any physical weight to it. Now it is your turn, Ephi.
All right. Let's see. I'm going to sneak up behind this spooter. And I'm just going to stab him.
All right, go ahead. Roll damage.
Boom.
Go ahead and add your sneak attack damage.
Yeah. Yeah. And then, am I able to use my cunning action every roll?
Yeah, it's a bonus action.
Each of your turns. Okay. I just want to make sure that I can, like, run away.
Yep. You can use the rest of your movement to step away.
Yep.
So as the spider is focused on Reyqirelle, you dash in from behind it and give it a swift and piercing to its thorax. And once again, rip the rapier out and dash away. Spider screams out this menacing hissing as it rears back, still focused on the turtle, but it is in pain. You can hear it, and so can everyone else. Reyqirelle, your turn.
The spooter's too close, man. Gotta get away.
All right. Like I said before, is you can take the action to disengage, where you take an attack of opportunity. That does use your action. Or you can risk it trying to bite you, so that you still have your action.
I mean, I'll take a chance.
So as you go to step away from it, it's going to try to once again lash out on this turtle that is blinding light. And once again, your shell is just too strong for it to pierce through with its arms as they try to stab into it.
Sorry, say that last part again. You cut out for me.
So once again, as you attempt to move away from this spider, its arms begin to try to pierce into your shell, but again, it's too hard for it. They merely just deflect off the sides.
Okay, then I will use this opportunity right now then, since I can attack again, right?
You can move and you can also attack.
Okay, then I will. Can I like attack then move, or do I have to attack first?
If you attack first, that's fine.
Okay, then I will do my little slingshot bolt again.
Very well.
That
Go ahead.
one.
Go ahead and roll damage. All right. Now here's the fun, there, Yuki. For your first combat, how do you want to do it?
What do you mean?
Describe to me how you would like to fire this bolt of energy at the spider.
Well, she's still hella nervous, and now the big old scary spider is literally right up on her. I don't know how big this spider actually is, but she's already pretty small. So, um, I imagine that because it's so close, she is trying to back off, but it's like fumbling and tripping over herself a little bit. And kind of uses like reflex almost just to fire it off, man.
Okay. So, Reyqirelle, who is still kind of in shock of something trying to kill her for the first time. And in sheer, almost panic, looks away, drawing back the slingshot, mustering magical energy, and firing it. As she does so, pierces. As the spider begins to raise itself up to lash down her as she tried to dash away, firing blindly behind her, spider raises up, and the bolt of light strikes underneath the chin of the spider, piercing through the body, coming out the backside, firing off into the ceiling, dissipating. As you step away and turn around to look, the large carcass spider falls limp on the ground, lays dead. Combat has completed.
Guys are beasts.
You see it? Sliced him clean down the middle. I'm gonna
Yeah.
wipe off the bugbear's gore on its clothing and just try to like clean off my sword as best as I can before I sheath it.
I'm going around telling everybody what a great job they did and slapping them on the back.
Probably
just-
too hard.
I'm
I'm
just
very
standing
excited.
here throwing up because it's all gross and scary.
So the party begins to do what they're doing. Claire, wiping clean her greatsword, trying to clean herself off. And Ephi, nursing her shoulder that's been bitten by this great spider. Vazzak walking around, slapping people on the ass, telling them, "Good job, well played, well played." And Reyqirelle over stepping towards the corner and vomiting profusely as she's covered in spider viscera. And as you all begin to kind of gather yourselves up again, Captain Yeldathos steps down into the arena with you and looks among each and every one of you. It was quite the show. Sovereign are pleased. Now, nurse your wounds, cover yourselves, but prepare for in the coming days you'll be receiving a writ, sovereign themselves, and be presenting yourselves, Council of Six, They have many deeds accomplished. Earned. Right. Represent them. Rooms and food shall be paid for. Till are summoned council chambers. Well done. As he steps back, showing you once again out to the city as his guards kind of flank along your sides. And as you make your way back towards Broken Tankard, he begins to tell you, be leaving guards in the vicinity of the Broken Tankard. Make sure no one attempts anything against the Sovereign's champions. Rest well, rest easy.
Wait seconds.
Yes?
You mean someone's gonna try to kill us because, we won?
Not many opportunities like this present themselves. And some people wish to bask in glory as you have. Not saying that it's going to happen, but there is always a chance. We do not want to take the risk.
Are they gonna watch us sleep?
To patrol outside Broken Tankard, they will not be watching over you that closely. Go about your lives normally as possible. Wait for our writ.
Claire lets out a sigh of relief and just like, oh my god. Goes inside the inn.
I think Ephi. Oh,
Go ahead.
I was gonna say I think Ephi is like cradling her arm just to like not put pressure on it, and she just like walks into the inn behind the centaur.
Does that hat? Claire notices Evie holding her arm.
Um, a little. Nothing I can't handle.
I'm going to walk over to Ephi and I'm going to say, you fight very well. You looked very fast in the stabby.
Thank you. You were very not fast and slashy.
I will. Do you wish me to help you with your arm?
Can you fix spider bites?
Maybe a little bit. I am going to cast Healing Word on Ephi. No. I am going to do it. I'll just hit level 1. No, I'm going to cast it level 2 because I'm so thrilled that we won.
All right.
Oh, fuck me. Is that 5 or 6?
That is a
Total.
6. Little.
Oh god, I'm
fuck.
falling off my chair.
Garbage.
As Vazzak places his arm or his hand down on your shoulder, kind of to the touch, so you kind of draw back a little bit. This warmth emanating from his hand, and part of the pain that was in your shoulder seemed drawn away and sucked out.
Mhm.
And to feel better.
That was interesting. Thank you.
It feels a little better.
Yeah. Yeah, a little.
Good. You'll need the arm again for next time.
Yes, I think I might need my arm again. Yes.
As you all begin to approach Broken Tankard, it's beginning to become nighttime again. Whole day, traveling, stations, as well as the combat itself. You begin to enter in. There you see Baldric waiting at the bar, and looking at all of you returning, and seeing everyone kind of in good spirits, except for Claire. She's sullen and down with herself, but covered in blood.
No,
Uh,
Reyqirelle's kind of not looking herself either.
Reyqirelle looks nervous, kind of little jumpy, kind of darting her head around. Vazzak seems like his normal stoic self, and Ephi comes walking in, still kind of gripping at her shoulder, kind of stretching it out, trying to see if she still has the full range. Baldric gestures you all to come on over. Oh, looks like whatever it was, not too bad for you. And as he does that, two of the guards approach the bartender and put down a small note, pass it over to him, and he reads it and puts it away, and then looks at the party and goes, worry about your drinks, your rooms, all been taken care of. Baldric kind of looks back at the party. Aye, but whatever you did, fancy cloaked fuckers, they're taking care of you. Good on you.
Yeah, we should, if everything is free, we should order a lot.
You want a rematch?
You need more time to get stronger, to challenge again.
Oh, yeah, maybe you're right. Or maybe you're afraid of me beating you.
We will have another drinking contest now.
I think we should have an eating contest.
And what are we eating?
Food, I imagine.
I do like to eat this.
And it's free. No?
Yeah, bartender begins to, as he hears this, begins to panic a bit. You can kind of look nervous. Kind of looked at one of the barmaids, kind of looked at her and kind of nods at her to go talk in the back. And he comes back forward. Right, so what will you be having?
What do you have? What do you have to eat?
Well, our huntsman has brought in two very fine boars we're going to be carving up for tonight.
We will take this.
To take some of each?
Yes. Start off, keep bringing until she cannot eat anymore.
Do you not see the size of me? I could fit your entire body in my belly.
As you say that, you look at the 7'5" Goliath in front of you and look at yourself. Realize that maybe, just maybe, that might be an exaggeration.
What about the rest of you? You want to join us?
I think I'll enjoy watching this one.
And as the barkeep steps back, brings out two holders and pulls out one of the cooked boars that's been cooking on the fire, filling the tavern with the luxurious smell of cooked meat, places it on there, pulling out two long knives, and begins carving off parts of the boar and putting them onto a plate. And sets down these two massive piles of meat that have taken probably about eighth of the boar to make, as well as once again some fresh made biscuits to go alongside, as well as a flagon of ale each.
Right. May the best eater win.
He runs, and I look at the knife and the fork, and I'm just like, I ain't got time for this. And I just grab a big hunk of hot meat, and I just bite into it, just like an animal. Like, ah.
So both of you begin, Vazzak a little bit more human-like, and Claire more animalistic. Begin cutting into the meat and trying to consume it. Once again, we're gonna need to make Constitution saving throws.
Yeah, I'm eating it just as more of a rude person, not quite as a beast.
You are
But yes.
you're eating quickly, carving it up with your knives into smaller pieces. Where she's just grabbing it by the handful and shoveling it into her mouth.
All right, Constitution saving throw.
What is my life?
You had a natural 20 during the fight and cut a monster in half. That's good.
So as you begin eating away, Claire, you shovel too much into your mouth at one time and are struggling to swallow it all. Whereas Vazzak's more calm, rude approach, he seems to be swallowing it down just fine.
Don't choke on your food. You might want to chew a little bit.
I try to respond to him in like a really aggressive way, but it's just you can't hear anything. Just grunts, and I just glare at him. My hair just falls over my face, and it just covers my eyes, so he can't really see how angry I am.
As you begin continuing to try to shovel food into your mouth. And slowly but surely you get to the bottom of the plate. Vazzak seem to be perfectly fine. Claire, you are suffering. You are suffering very, very much.
You want to
think-
give up again already, Claire?
I think it went down the wrong pipe. Just give me a moment. Is there anything to drink on the table?
Yes, there are flagons of ale.
I'm gonna grab one of the flagons, and I'm just gonna down it in one long gulp if I can.
And are you
And then
going
I'm
for a second plate?
Oh yeah, I'm going for a second plate. I'm digging in, man. I can't let him win.
Very well. Both of you kind of look up at the barkeep and kind of nod to him. All right, it's time for a second plate. Ephi, what are you doing during this? Are you trying to bet on more things?
Ephi.
Sorry, I was talking to somebody.
Oh, good. Are you trying to bet on
No, not
the
this
eating
one.
competition?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
She doesn't want to
Uh,
bet on this one.
And how about you, Reyqirelle? How are you handling the eating competition?
She's trying to figure out a way to ask the barkeep for tea for her upset stomach without throwing up at the same time. So
So,
she's
so the turtle is like seeing these two people just shoveling mountains of food into their mouth and trying not to be rude, because she comes from a well-mannered family, and also covering her mouth to hold in the sickness that is plaguing her. just can't kind of find your way in edgewise to reach out to the barkeep. He's focused on carving more and more meat onto these platters to present to these two Goliaths. Soon the player and Vazzak begin to dig into the second round of food. Go ahead and roll Constitution saves again.
Shit. Damn.
This time,
Still winning.
this time, these two, Vazzak, you begin to try to boast a little bit and try to show her how it's done with the shoveling of food into your mouth. Slowing down quite a bit. Whereas Claire, you've adopted Vazzak's strategy of just cutting into a little bit smaller pieces and trying to eat it down. Vazzak, you're still holding yourself together much better than she is. You can still see that she's kind of, she's putting away a lot of food. It seems like running out of places to put it.
Oh, you are still going, Claire. Oh,
I'm not done yet. There's plenty of room inside of me.
you should give up now, or you will not be allowed to sleep in the same room as me.
Well, no, if you give up now, I won't tell anybody.
She just starts patting her chest as she tries to just down most of the food.
You are sweating from all the meat.
You don't look you can quite handle that meat yourself either.
I can handle all the meat, much more meat than you.
Oh,
One
yeah?
more plate. One more plate.
One more plate. Put your money where your mouth is.
And the barkeep yet again brings out another plate, as well as some ale, biscuits again, presents it in front of both of you. Kind of nervously watching, hoping that you two will slow down and stop eating away all of their food for free.
Oh my God.
Go ahead.
They're not getting paid for this?
Nope. All right, one more.
One more, let's do
One
it.
more.
All right. Oh! Oh!
Oh, snap.
God damn it.
Both of you are hounding through this food. It's hard to tell who is the victor, but Claire finishes her plate first, before Vazzak.
Oh,
I don't think. Can you go another?
I do not think any more meat will fit inside me.
It is the tie. Then, because I can't. Not another lick.
You are a little faster, but we have eaten the same amount.
Gonna have to figure out another way to measure who's better then. But not now.
No, I must lay down. Cannot, if can move.
Oh, I just want to collapse where I am and just lay there on the ground, just in everybody's way.
Very well. And as you two finish your plates of food, the barkeep lets out a resounding exhale. Thank God these giants are done eating. Make some money off of this, still. And it begins to clean up the area in front of you. Is there anything else anybody would like to?
Not that I can think of here.
No, she's just. I'm just trying to like recover.
Just want to lay here on the floor in the common room until everybody goes to sleep, and then I want to like do something.
Very well. So the night drags on. Party finishes up its food and once again returns to the same rooms it had before. And gets ready to head down for the night. That where we shall call the first episode.
All right.
Yay!
That was way too much fun.
still have a lot to learn. I do.
Yeah. I'm definitely feeling the same. There's a lot to learn still, but I'm very much so enjoying it.
And I mean, Yuki, you did vaporize a giant spider. That's pretty cool.
You did. That thing wanted you so bad.
All right. Thank you all for tuning in for the first episode of Trails of the Sovereign. We will be uploading this onto our wonderful, wonderful YouTube channel, as well as there will be the VOD to watch. Tonight we were joined by the wonderful Health Bar, Trenched Mouth, Lady Sob, and Yuki. If you haven't checked them out already, if I could have my moderators give them one last shout out for each one of them. And go check them out. They're all amazing people. And we look forward to catching you guys every Wednesday for more of this. This is only the beginning. I thank you all for coming out. And I bid you all adieu until the next time. See all of you.